Well, you got a couple things to look at here. First of all, as you said, is the trouble on the ground when he actually touches the ball. If that's the case, then it's just a forward fumble and out of bounds and we go back to the spot of the fumble. The other thing you have to look at is actually did he control the ball after going to the ground? Because you're going to see the ball pop out, but again, you're looking at that, say, does it pop out because of the ground or does it come out after he's lifting the ball, lifting the ball up from the ground? So a lot of things to look at here. Ruling on the field again was fumble and a recovery by the defense. So we'll see when they look at this if they've got the shots that they can stay with that call.
Thank you. So the call on the field was as we take a closer look here.
20 years ago today at 8:46, 9:03, 9:37, and 10:03 a.m. New York City, Washington, D.C., and right down the road from where I'm at in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the United States was under attack in a day we will never forget here on the 20th anniversary of 9/11/2001. However, today, college football, Ball State at Penn State from right here in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium, Penn State's first home game with 100,000 plus of Nittany Nation in the stands since November the 30th, 2019. Of course, following COVID-19 last year with the shortened season. So coming up 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time this Saturday, September the 11th, 2021, in a day we will never ever forget. The Ball State Cardinals out of the MAC, coming off of a MAC championship victory and a bowl win, their first in program history last year as well, take on the Penn State Nittany Lions coming up on FS1. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Ball State, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. We currently have a few 12 noon p.m. kicks about to finish up. First with Oregon on the road in Columbus, taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes from the shoe. The Ducks lead the Scarlet and Gray by 14. Middle of the fourth quarter, as the Buckeyes, in the meantime, though, are driving inside the 20-yard line. They got a score here, you would think, along with getting the ball back. It got some time, plus 3 timeouts, but it doesn't look like Ohio State, the third-ranked team in all the land, will start this season 2-0, as looks like they'll lose to Oregon for the first time ever in the first meeting since the 2014-15 College Football Playoff, the first ever College Football Playoff National Championship, I might add. So we'll see what Ohio State does here following their Week 1 win on the road at Minnesota last week. Oregon defeated Fresno State at home, but the Ducks looking to pick a big road win against a top 5 opponent here in this Pac-12 Big Ten Rose Bowl regular season game, if you will, because the previous meeting before the last time they met in the College Football Playoff National Championship game was a decade ago in the Granddaddy Mall out in Pasadena in the Rose Bowl, in which Ohio State also won that as well. As mentioned, Buckeyes are 9-0 all time against the Ducks, but mere minutes away from Oregon picking up the road win. Speaking of Minnesota, they are at home, 3 minutes to play, hosting Miami, Ohio out of the MAC. They lead by 5. So we'll see how that game finishes up. Tennessee at home, trailing against Pitt. However, about a yard shy of the goal line there for a touchdown to cut it back to 7, as this game's been back and forth since the start. And then on FS1, leading into Ball State, Penn State, we have Tulsa and Oklahoma State. However, once these mid-afternoon games kick off, we will have, of course, Ball State, Penn State, Texas A&M, Colorado, along with Cal and TCU, and Iowa, Iowa State. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions this College Football Saturday, Week 2, here in 2021. As mentioned, it is 9/11. We remember 9/11 today. We will never forget what happened 20 years ago. This very day, the largest death toll in American history for an attack on American soil, topping Pearl Harbor, in which a date that will live in infamy, December the 7th, 1941. Today, 9/11, hard to believe it's been 20 years. I remember where I was. Hopefully you do as well. I was in kindergarten. I was 5 years old. 9/11, with the Twin Towers being hit by 2 separate airplanes and then falling within hours. That was New York City. The Pentagon in Northern Virginia was also hit. And then where the 4th and final plane was headed, whether it was to the White House or the Capitol building, who honestly knows, but Flight 93 crashed in a field outside of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, not far from where I'm at, as mentioned, as the U.S. was under attack. Of course, the past 20 years been in war with the Middle East, but now, even though as that war somewhat for the most part rolls on, the U.S. has pulled everyone out, but who honestly knows what the hell is going to happen in the future. But today, as we have some college football to watch, the NFL Week 1 tomorrow, following the Buccaneers Thursday night kickoff game win versus the Cowboys on Thursday by 31-29. We remember what happened on this very day 20 years ago on September the 11th, 2001. So fast forward 20 years to today, September the 11th, 2021. As mentioned, coming up here, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1, the Penn State Lions will host the Ball State Cardinals. Out of the MAC, it's Penn State's first home game since November the 30th, 2019, with 110,000 of annihilation in Beaver Stadium as the blue and white take on the Ball State Cardinals. Penn State last week went to Madison, Wisconsin, defeated the Wisconsin Badgers by a final score of 16-10. Ball State last week defeated Western Illinois by a final score of 31-21. As both teams begin 1-0. Penn State, of course, 0-5 start last year, 4 in a row to finish the season. 5-game winning streak now with the win from last week against the Badgers in a Big Ten showdown to kick off the year. And Ball State, on the other hand, as they also have a winning streak going, have not lost since Week 1 of last year. They're coming off of a MAC championship appearance and win, along with defeating San Jose State in the Arizona Bowl last New Year's Eve. So, I mean, that has to speak for something. Of course, that was last year. This is this year now. But both teams want to know here before Penn State hosts Auburn, and then Ball State goes to Wyoming next weekend. But Penn State's got a 5-game winning streak on the line, as Ball State, with their head coach Mike New, has an 8-game winning streak on the line here. But it's going to be good to see blue and white Penn State fans inside Beaver Stadium. Maximum capacity of 110,000 for the first time in almost 2 years. Of course, last year, for mostly every single home game in the short and condensed 8-game and then 9-game regular season with Big Ten Champions Week as well, with the win over Illinois 6 days before Christmas last December. Beaver Stadium was empty. There were, maybe a few friends and family of coaches and players from both teams, depending on who the opponent was. But, other than that, Penn State has not had a full house before the whiteout next week against Auburn, as the Tigers roll into town in an SEC Big Ten showdown next Saturday night at 7:30 on ABC. So we'll see how the day goes, of course, and then we'll get to next week and the weeks to come, when we get there. In the meantime, we'll continue to preview Ball State, Penn State. Ohio State has cut it to 7 again. There's still some time left. Oregon has the football, though. They got the length of the field to go 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. And then Minnesota just picked up the win over Miami, Ohio, by that same score as it was a few minutes ago, 31-26, a 5-point win for the Golden Gophers to improve to 1-1, picking up their first win on the year after losing to Ohio State last Thursday, kick off the year. And then Pitt, Tennessee, currently in commercial break, so we'll see what the score is there. But as mentioned, that game's been back and forth from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville since the start. Oklahoma State extends their lead to 11, 28-17 here with 3:20 to play. So, about 3:20, 3:30 here on the East Coast in the good old United States of America on this 20th anniversary of 9/11. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football this Saturday afternoon, more specifically with Penn State hosting Ball State coming up 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on FS1. Big third down for Oregon, 3rd and 7. The shoes starting to come alive. They know what's on the line. Ohio State still has all 3 timeouts too, plus some time if they will, just no matter how long they have the ball for then, and then they can drive and score. Got a flag on the play. I'd assume a false start of some sorts. Yep, false start on the offense, 5 yards. They'll replay the down, so 3rd and 12. So we'll see what Oregon can do here. If they can hold on, or if the Ohio State Buckeyes are going to come back. And regardless of who wins this, it's going to be a big non-conference win here early on in the season. As mentioned last week, Penn State kicked off at Wisconsin. Second consecutive year, they've started on the road. And Penn State, for the first time last week since 1994, picked up a win on the road in a true road game to start the season. On a neutral site, a true road game. They hadn't done that since 1994 at Minnesota. And, of course, Penn Staters all hopefully know what happened in that 1994 season. Speaking of the Rose Bowl with this Oregon-Ohio State rematch. But I'll have a timeout. Get back to it here in a minute. But coming up also here, following Miami, Ohio, and Minnesota, as mentioned, it'll be Cal and TCU. And then we'll flip on Florida and South Florida on ABC once this Pitt-Tennessee game wraps up as well, before Iowa State kicks off from Ames, in which College Game Day was in town. Ashton Kutcher, special guest picker, earlier this morning. Last week, week 1, of course, Thursday through Monday, Labor Day, had college football every day. NFL kicked off, full slate tomorrow for week 1, plus Monday Night Football. Hopefully tune in for more live watch-along reactions. Then live right here on the channel as well. Be sure to hit that red subscribe button and the notification bell next to it as well. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. Links in the description below. So, see what happens here this week 2, as we have had a few games, of course, go final. Tulsa cuts it to 5. They go for 2, don't convert though. 3:06 to play. So now 28-23. But as always, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores, along with some looks around the rest of college football here this afternoon. As always, it is 3:30. I'm sure they'll try to speed this up, or Ball State, Penn State might kick off, say, on FS2 with, or hell, they might even switch this to a different channel to get the start of the Cards and Lions game underway, as most of these noon kicks are inching into the 3:30 window. But thing is, 3:06 to play. Tulsa only has one more timeout. Oklahoma State's up by 5. I mean, in this game, for the most part, unless Tulsa on defense can get a stop, this game's over. But yeah, as always, halftime report. We'll have first half stats and scores, along with taking a look around the rest of what's happened this week so far, and college football preview what's still to come later on tonight. Is I feel the games today, from noon to midnight, good 10-12 hours of college football, hell, 14 hours sometimes on Saturdays in the fall. I feel week 2, even though we had some, of course, top 25 matchups last week, and of course Sunday and Monday, because there's no NFL on yet until now. I feel week 2's slate today a little bit better than last weekend, but everybody has their own opinion. Of course, no, they were saying last week, of course, to kick off the season, because everything's back to the way it was for the most part, back to normal. That, you know, it's the biggest opening weekend ever in college football, but of course they're just going to say that to get people to tune in. But Cal, TCU here in the meantime, about to kick off. But on Thursday night, hell, we have the biggest NFL season kickoff, of course, 18 weeks, 17 regular season games, plus the expanded 14-team playoff that will continue from last year. So NFL is underway, college football is underway. It's fall, it's football season, starting to get a little colder out. Perfect time of the year. Meantime, Ohio State getting the football back. They'll be first and 10. They trail by 7. They're at home playing Oregon. Ducks lead by 7, 35-28. Cal TCU about to kick off. Pitt at Tennessee. Plus we'll tune into, even though Florida is manhandling the Bulls of South Florida. I don't know, a gator could eat and swallow a bull whole, but I guess so. Turn that game on. Notre Dame at home. They are beating Toledo. The game's on Peacock, on NBC, exclusive to Peacock. Penn State kickoff, hosting Ball State, is at 3:40 p.m. Eastern time, so that's coming up next as a program alert for everyone about to watch Ball State and Penn State as we wrap up Oklahoma State and Tulsa. But yeah, once Pitt, Tennessee wraps up here, Florida, South Florida, and then Iowa State, of course, for the Cy-Hawk Trophy. Got the Holy War later on tonight as well with Utah and BYU. That should do it for Oklahoma State. However, we do have a flag. See what the dirty laundry is, but Tulsa still only has one timeout. That was a first down, so okay, it's going to come back on a hold, but we still got some time here before kickoff. Of course, they're just not going to show any pregame ceremonies with Penn State back at home right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium as they open up against Ball State out of the MAC. Penn State's only lost twice to MAC opponents all time in program history. Toledo in 2000 and Ohio in 2012. So, 12-year trend Hopefully, knock on wood, it doesn't happen a couple years from now. But I mean, honestly, really don't know what to expect from Ball State. Like I said, Mike News is at his alma mater. You got Drew Plitt, number 9 at quarterback. They got some depth at running back, and then some receivers to keep an eye out for. Number 6, Heel Hines, Tyler, and then Justin Hall. But like I said earlier, Ball State last year, they won the MAC, and they won their first ever bowl game program history as well. So that has to speak for something. But of course, that was last year. This is this year. They struggled, just as Penn State and Wisconsin did in the first half last week in that defensive showdown from Camp Randall, before both Penn State and Ball State picked up wins, 6-point and 10-point respectively for the Nittany Lions and Cardinals. But today, Penn State, they have to be more consistent running the football. Of course, explosive plays. We saw a few of those in the second half, from Sean Clifford to Dotson, Washington, and Keandre Lambert-Smith. But they have to start very fast, faster at least. I mean, they don't necessarily have to start very fast, but they have to start faster today in the first half compared to how they did last week. But that's Penn State football for you. They're either going to start, slow as molasses in February, or start very fast once again, and then vice versa, for the second half. However, if they start slow, well, they'll pick it up in the second half. If they start fast, then they'll just hold on to win. But we'll see if Mike Yurcich opens it up here early on or not. But like I said, both teams struggled in the first half last week, so I would hope, for a better start for both teams. Want to see a very, very good game, hopefully. I mean, like I said, MAC champion, Ball State Cardinals coming to Penn State. It has to speak for something. And the way Penn State started last year, and then, of course, 5-game winning streak now, who knows? The Nittany Lions might be in for a good game today, might be in for some trouble. I honestly don't know. I don't know what to expect from Ball State. I don't. But, I did watch their game last Thursday, and like I said, they started slow. And they were playing an FCS opponent at home in Western Illinois, and they only scored, I believe, 7 points at the half. I mean, of course, Penn State and Wisconsin were tied up at 0, but that's a Big Ten defensive showdown before it was a low-scoring 16-10 affair. Ball State out of the MAC, you're playing an FCS team, for God's sakes, at home, and you only are up 7 at the half, and then you only win by 10. Like, come on. So we'll see how the game goes, but that's why they play the games. But both teams held on for wins. For all that matters, win's a win. So we'll see how Penn State and Ball State play this afternoon from Beaver Stadium. That should do it now for sure. That's a first down for Oklahoma State. 2 minutes to play, and Tulsa doesn't have any timeouts left. So still a 3:40 kick from Beaver Stadium. We got 2 minutes in real life time. I guess they're living on Tulsa time in this game, with the Canes giving the Cowboys a run for their money. But 2 minutes of actual time in real life here is it's 3:38, and then 2 minutes of game time with a 1st and 10 for Oklahoma State, but now victory formation. So we'll go from Stillwater, Oklahoma, right here, Happy Valley, State College, University Park, Pennsylvania, on FS1 for Penn State's home opener against the 2020 MAC football champions and the Ball State Cardinals. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning, along with every other college football game this afternoon. Oregon, Ohio State, coming down to the wire. Oregon on defense, making some stops here. They still lead by 7. Ohio State having to punt. So, see if they can get the ball back again or not, because if not, this game's going to be over, and the Ducks are going to walk into the shoe, or fly into the shoe, if you will. No, they'll walk in and fly out with the win. We'll say that. And then it'll be a big duck you to OHIO. But Week 2 college football. This will be the final play of the game for Oklahoma State, picking up the win at home against Tulsa, 28-23 before. And we'll see, of course, who won the coin toss, who's getting the football to begin today between BSU and PSU, as we see a final score for Auburn over Alabama State, as the Auburn Tigers are coming right up here to Happy Valley next week to take on the Penn State Lions. First matchup since the 02-03 Citrus Bowl, in which Auburn won 13-9. Auburn's put up 60 plus in each game so far this year. Penn State, Ball State, Beaver Stadium, right here in Happy Valley. Good to see the blue and white faithful back inside. The house that Joe Paterno built, as there is Mike New and James Franklin. Penn State's going to kick off, so Ball State getting the football to begin today's game. So from the, and it looks like with the tunnel, Penn State, they spiced it up a little bit. Painting the walls blue, rather than just the cinder block that they wore for years. Band still on the field there in the back of the end zone. I noticed last week in college football, the kickers' tees, they're no longer orange. The colors have changed to green, so I guess they're easier to spot. But at the same time, it blends in with the grass. So from the 35, Penn State kicks off left to right, and we're underway in Penn State's home opener. We've got a touchback. It'll be 1st and 10, Ball State from the 25-yard line, and here we go. 1st and 10, cards from the 25, right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Penn State, vice versa. Number 9, Drew Plitt, your starting quarterback. Once again, still really don't know what to expect from Ball State, but they're in their road whites and alternate helmets with Ball State Cardinal logo on one side and Ball State written out on the other. Roll out far side, incomplete on a throwaway to the Penn State bench. 2nd and 10. Trips top of your screen, out of the pistol. Now an audible to the gun, back to his left. And incomplete pass. Curtis Jacobs on the coverage. I don't know if it was tipped the line of scrimmage, but it was a little wobbly on the throw. And a little too high for the intended target. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10. Out of an empty set, another incompletion. Quick 3 and out, 15 seconds in for Ball State. Castro Fields on the coverage, and it'll bring up a 4th down and 10 as Ball State will begin their first road game of the season with a quick 3 and out, and they will be on to punt as Penn State back deep to receive. Looks like they're going to bring the house on this. What it started to be for a punt block for a touchdown or a punt return for a touchdown to begin this game. Nope. Kick up and away. And it's going to bounce inside the 30, down inside 25 to the 21-yard line. So from the 21, it'll be 1st and 10. Penn State with number 14, Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, in at quarterback. We'll see who starts at tailback. Penn State's 5 deep at that position. As last week, everyone minus John Lovett, the transfer from Baylor, and Keziah Holmes played. So I would think it's going to be Noah Kane or Kevon Lee, one of the two of them, and then Devin Forger. Other running backs Penn State, of course, used last week. Clifford going to start under center. Motion man is Dotson. 1st and 10 officially from the 22-yard line. Clifford going to fake the give to Noah Kane, roll out near side, complete to Dotson. Scoots his way to the 30-yard line, pick up a 7 yards, 2nd down and 3. Oregon forcing Ohio State to 3rd and long here. Buckeyes need to score to tie it up, or this game's going to be over. Pitt with a big defensive stand as well on the road at Tennessee. Looks like they're going to win. And that's a good thing to hear. 110,000 wearing blue and white, making some noise for Penn State football on Saturday in September. Parker Washington motion out of the guns. Clifford gonna hand off. Noah Kane. And Kane gets about 4, maybe 5 yards or so. He goes 2nd down. After, of course, Penn State picked up the 1st down after that 7-yard completion from Clifford to Dotson. So that was 1st down, their average gain, and 2nd and 7 officially. They gave him 3. So trips near side, Clifford out of the gun, dumps it off on the screen to Kane. 1st down run on the reception out past midfield before he gets pushed out of bounds. 1st down in Lions. Keep it simple. Short, quick passes, get the run game going. Hopefully, of course, defense plays as good as they did last week all season long. Rely on special teams when needed. Clifford going to fake the give, roll out now near side. Going to tuck and run, it looks like. And runs out of bounds around the 42-yard line. 2nd down. As Clifford just became the 10th Penn State quarterback to throw for 5,000 career passing yards in Nittany Lion history. 2nd and 5. With 12:40 to play in this opening quarter. Clifford going to hand off. Nice block by Tyler Warren, 44, the tight end, as Kane gets inside the 35 down to the 33 for another Penn State 1st down. At least for the most part, they can run the football right now. We'll see if this keeps up or not. Trips near side, another handoff to Kane. Another 2, maybe 3 yards for him, around 30. And we'll see, you know, with the depth that they have at running back, if they'll play as they did last week. Again, every game is going to be different. Game plan is going to be different, of course, depending on who you're playing, your opponent. But it was 2 series apiece, at least in the first half it was, for the starting running back. Clifford going to fake the give. Nice block there by Kevon Lee. And then Clifford now going to tuck and run before just stepping out before the 1st down marker for a pick of a 7 as to bring up 3rd down and 1. Ohio State in the meantime trying to stop the clock. Ball back again. 3rd down for Oregon to come. 3rd and 1, Penn State. That's a long one. Gonna quarterback sneak it, and that's another Penn State 1st down. DeAndre Lambert-Smith going to come into the ball game as Parker Washington does as well. As Penn State's top 3 receivers, John Dotson, Parker Washington, and DeAndre Lambert-Smith. And then it's an open door from there. First and 10 from the 24 as Penn State's been able to drive. Another handoff. This to Kevon Lee from the Sunshine State of Florida, as the sun is in fact shining in Happy Valley this Saturday. About 4, maybe 5 on that. And it'll be second down. Bubble screen to Washington. First down, Penn State inside the 15 down to the 11-yard line. Another first down for Penn State. Sort of, up tempo. No huddle. But I do understand, too, they're playing Ball State out of the MAC. Clifford, okay, he dumps it off to Theo Johnson. Almost got a penalty called on him for passing. Okay, yeah, first down. As the screen goes black for some reason. Okay, we're good. For passing on the run past the line of scrimmage, which of course would have been a penalty, but he's right there. They let it slide. And Penn State's now got a 2nd and 4 from the 5. Handoff, Noah Kane. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. 10:02 to play here in the first. Penn State making it look easy. Running the ball down the throat of Ball State and mixing in some pass. Back and forth with the pass and run. Very easy. First drive for the Nittany Lions. Putting up 6 here, 5 minutes in. So blue and white on for the extra point, and that's up and good. Penn State leads 7-0 after a 3-and-out by Ball State. Penn State drives 78 yards and puts up 7 as the Nittany Lions take an early 7-0 lead at home in their home opener this afternoon against Ball State once again. Thanks for tuning in and watch my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and hit that red subscribe button with the notification bell next to it as well. Right here on YouTube, thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Ohio State calls their third and final timeout as they trail by 7, 35-28 against the Oregon Ducks. And Pitt, in the meantime, on the road at Tennessee, once again looking to pick up a big road non-conference win for the Panthers to set their season course in the ACC. So back to it with Ball State, Penn State here momentarily, but as that Auburn score pops up again, 62-0. Auburn with Brian Harsin in his first year at the helm, leaving Boise State for the SEC, just like Chris Peterson did for Washington. I'd be a little concerned if I'm the Penn State Nittany Lions defense right now. Even just the team as a whole, offense, defense, and special teams. Saw a highlight from the Auburn game earlier. Blocked a field goal and returned it, or an extra point. Or no, it was a field goal because they shut him out. It was a chip shot field goal, so it looked like an extra point. And they returned it about 95 yards to the house for a touchdown. So, 60-plus points. I don't care if you're playing Akron and Alabama State. 60-plus points for a win in back-to-back weeks. That has to speak for something. So, should be a good top 25 showdown next week right here in Happy Valley next Saturday night on ABC with Auburn and Penn State. But Oregon with a timeout. I believe I'm a few minutes behind watching it on this TV just because it's on this TV, not my main TV. But Oregon going to beat Ohio State here, it looks like, along with Pitt beating Tennessee games. Both still on, though, but in the meantime, as we come back from commercial break with Ball State and Penn State, 3 incomplete passes by Plitt, quick 3 and out for the Cards on their opening drive, and then Penn State 78 yards, mixing in some pass. At least, hell, they were able to run the football on that drive, and then Noah Kane hitting pay dirt for 6, and then the extra point up and good, making it 7-0 Penn State here. 10 minutes to play in the opening quarter. So, home opener for the Nittany Lions, of course, after defeating Wisconsin last week on the road to begin the season. We see some of those highlights as the Penn State defense came alive and kept the offense in the game until they got their head out of their ass and decided to play football. But hopefully, like I said earlier, this Penn State defense can play the way they played last week all season long, including today. Handoff for 3 yards as Ball State now will have a 2nd down and 7 as they trail by 7 on the road here against the blue and white. Under center, fake the give, actually a handoff, and that goes for 2, maybe 3 to the 30. It'll be a 3rd down though. So 3rd down, Ball State. As there is in fact Ellis Brooks on the Penn State sideline, number 13 in at linebacker. However, targeting in the 4th quarter last Saturday has to sit out the first half of today's game. But Penn State is deep at linebacker. I mean, how the blue and white are the linebacker last I checked, so they'll be all right there. Pass complete, but however, both Brandon Smith and Joey Porter Jr. make the stop short of the line to gain. It'll be a 4th down for Ball State here as they go 3 and out on back-to-back drives to begin the game here this afternoon as Penn State will get the ball back already with a 7-0 lead. Penn State's 22-point favorite at home. Will they cover? I don't know. I mean, really all I'm concerned about is money line, but of course we'll have to see how a few of the other games go the rest of the day too. But 4th and 1, Ball State on to punt, and fair catch signal for the 24-yard line. So, you know, a couple yard difference for same starting field position for Penn State here on their first 2 offensive drives of the afternoon, and we'll take another commercial break with Penn State getting the ball back up 7-0 over Ball State. Good to see these new Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes State Farm commercials for football season. Pitt will in fact beat Tennessee. So back to what I just said about Penn State on the money line and a few other teams, well, that's out the window. But we'll see, of course, still how a few of the other games go from now until the end of the night. And we got a replay going on with Oregon, Ohio State. Was he down before he threw it? I don't know. That's close. That's close. Knees down, balls sort of starting to come out. What did they roll it on the field? That's the big question. Previous plays on further review, though. Under a minute to play. Ohio State's still got some yardage to go. We'll see what the rolling is. But Pitt with a big road win at Tennessee. Good for Pitt, even though they still eat shit. So, see what the call is. Ohio State's still going to end up losing here, it looks like. Which is, you know, a good thing for the rest of the Big Ten. So thank you, Oregon. But at the same time, if the Big Ten then everyone butts heads and takes each other out the rest of the year, then the Big Ten isn't going to look as strong as they normally do, even though the SEC's sort of now put themselves in the top spot for being the best college football conference out there, with recent additions of Texas and Oklahoma, as that'll become official in a few years from now. But first down, Ohio State. And Stroud now is going to go down on the sack, and they don't have any more timeouts, and that's your ball game, folks. Oregon's going to go on the road, walk into the shoe, but fly out with a win back to Eugene, defeating the Ohio State third-ranked Buckeyes 35-28. So Oregon, thank you from a Big Ten fan, Penn State and Big Ten fan in general, but that's a big duck you from Oregon to the Buckeyes. It is. As really nobody gave Oregon a shot. Nobody did. But Ohio State had trouble last week. Talked with a few people. Hey, we all agreed Ohio State last week, if they would have played a little bit better team in Minnesota, they probably would have lost. Well, they got that better team at home today, and they do lose. So Oregon with a big win. They're now 2-0, defeating Fresno State and Ohio State. And Ohio State falls to 1-1 with the loss. But back to Ball State, Penn State. Second down for the Nittany Lions. 7:50 to play here in the first. Be 2nd and 3 officially. Trips near side, motion man out of the backfield, halfback screen a little too high for Noah Kane, but rather have that happen than thrown low and picked off and potentially returned for a touchdown. So 3rd down and 3 for Penn State. In the meantime, on ESPN, before we switch it over to ABC for these mid-afternoon kicks, just as Army did earlier, playing at home against Western Kentucky, I assume they won. Check in with the stats and scores at halftime. Pass complete to Dotson, first down, Penn State. Every single Army player came out holding a flag when they entered the field through the tunnel to take the field for today's game. As the cadets did their pregame routine on top of that as well. Today here, of course, the U.S. Open is currently going on from New York City on this 9/11. We have some military members taking the court with the United States national anthem being played in the meantime as well. So, freedom is not free, but 20 years later, as the pass is complete to Brenton Strange, first down Penn State, we remember what happened on 9/11, and now they're going to unveil a tennis court size United States flag. I mean, I'd assume, as it was with Oregon Ohio State pregame, as it should be everywhere, with the national anthem being played, everyone standing, hand either over your heart or saluting, not on your knee. Got a penalty flag, offside on Ball State. Penalties declined, though, first down the Lions. So, I don't watch tennis personally. Of course, this is just on after college football. But I believe the finals are, in fact, this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. 1st and 10. Clifford down the near side has a man, Kevon Lee. That's a passing catch out of the 5-yard line, 1st and goal. Now this offense is starting to come alive earlier. If he would have waited another second, he would have had Lambert Smith wide open in the end zone. Bubble screen complete to Kevon Lee again, or Devin Ford, 28. They're going to mark him down to 1. It looked like he got in, but they're going to say he's down at the 1 yard line, 2nd and goal. Hurry up. Right up to the ball, just like that. Sneak it. That's what it looks like. Yep. And that's a touchdown for Penn State. Just waiting on the signal. Sean Clifford's in the end zone. That's touchdown. Touchdown. He broke the plane. Crossed the goal line, so to speak, in the end zone. Touchdown. Penn State, 2 rushing touchdowns for the Lions here. Not even 10 minutes in as they lead 13-0 now. Jordan Stout going to be on for the extra point again here. Don't want to jinx him by any means with what happened last week. I'll say what I'm about to say after he kicks this. Kicks up and good, but missing a field goal and an extra point last week. 14-0 now, Penn State over Ball State, just like that. And we still got a lot of football to be played. Big game to start the year. Beat Wisconsin by 6. And now this is sort of a tune-up, if you will, but you never want to take those lightly before Auburn comes to town next week. So, I mean, hell, next week, the way Auburn's played the past 2 games, and Penn State on defense at least, last week and so far today, but the offense, starting fast, as mentioned earlier, hoping for that, they do. Run game going as well, which is a good sign. We might be in for a shootout next Saturday night. I have no idea. Of course, we'll get there when we get there next weekend, but and only time will tell what happens in the meantime. But and knock on wood, no injuries, no stupid penalties or turnovers by any means either. But I get they're playing Ball State, but Penn State's looking damn good right now. But just minutes ago, we had breaking news as Oregon goes to the shoe and defeats Ohio State by a final score of 35-28. I'm sure we'll have some highlights of some other games pop in and out of all the games I'm currently watching. In the meantime, we're going to turn on Texas A&M and Colorado. So A&M and Colorado, the Aggies and Buffs, in a renewed Big 12 rivalry. Of course, A&M's been the SEC for almost a decade now, which is hard to believe. Going back to Manziel in 2012. Colorado, they lead at home by 7. Still early, though, against the Orange Bowl champions from last year, Jimbo Fisher at the helm, recently receiving an extension. So Colorado 7-0 against Texas A&M. Back from commercial here, as we'll have the Subway Series. The Yankees and the Mets on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Piazza's not playing though tonight. Neither's Derek Jeter. So we'll see how the game goes. But Penn State up 14-0 here on kickoff again. About to kick off with Iowa and Iowa State here momentarily too. So stay tuned for some more college football. Got another touchback on the kick. Penn State up 2 scores, 14-0 with 5:53 to play in this first quarter. So, and as I look down at my phone to see what time it is, that's coincidence or not, it's 4:09 Eastern time here on this 9/11. As they're talking up Ball State. They did finish in the top 25 last year as well, after winning the MAC and the first ever bowl game, as mentioned earlier. And they're on an 8-game winning streak, which is the 4th longest in the country. Penn State's on a 5, looking to make it 6. They're already up 2 scores. That's a face mask. Face mask on the offense, but of course they're not going to call it. Good block, I mean, but nice bubble screen near side, first down, Ball State. I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due, but I mean, it's a clear-cut penalty, called the damn thing. And run up the gut, Smith and Sutherland on the stop. It'll be 2nd down for Ball State. Third and 7 for Ball State from the 40. As Penn State's, pretty balanced here, stat-wise at least. I mean, 2 scores in the lead. They give a big first down run though, before Plitt slides to the 48 past midfield in Penn State territory now. First down for Cards from Muncie, Indiana. But yes, A&M and Colorado, Cal and TCU will have Iowa State momentarily, and Ball State, Penn State. So thank you for tuning in and watching. Sutherland going to be on the stop as about a 5-yard pickup on the pass. It'll be 2nd down. Motion man, the tight end, 2nd and 5 from the 44. Another handoff. And 2, maybe 3 yards for number 33, Steele, as, we're in central western Pennsylvania. It's Steeler country. Steelers on the road tomorrow in Buffalo, taking on the Bills. 3rd and 3, and hell, who knows, the Bills, at some point in time, if they don't get a new stadium, might be playing their home games right here in Happy Valley at Penn State because of the relationship with Penn State alum Terry Pagola. Arnold Ebikadi on the stop. 4th down for Penn State. He's another transfer Penn State received this past offseason from Temple. Came alive last week, starting at defensive end alongside Nick Tarbert, 46, who's replacing Adisa Isaac, number 20, who's out for the season with an injury. 4th down and 4. Looks like Ball State's going to go for it with 2:40 play in this first quarter. They are, in fact, going to go for it. 4th and 4 from the 43. They need 39. Out of the gun, Plitt looking to throw. Has a man wide open. Both to the right and left. He goes left. And a big 4th down conversion for Ball State to move the sticks. First down. And on the stop, number 1, Jaquan Brisker, who last week was in and out of the injury tent, but ended up, along with Jair Brown, intercepting Graham Mertz twice to end the football game. First down and 10, Ball State, 2-yard run up the gut. Only a yard on the gain, 2nd and 9. Roll out. Plitt gets rid of it, almost gets drilled on the sack. And then Castro Fields and Smith, 5 and 12. Castro Fields and Brandon Smith on the stop. 3rd down. 3rd and 3, 6 on the gain. 1:15 to play in this first quarter. Penn State leads by double digits with 2 touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns in their 3rd down and 3. First down run again. That's the other thing. Last week, just as Ball State's sort of able to run the football right now, defensively, Penn State was able to, make stops, but they weren't really able to stop a running game by Wisconsin. And it's coming over into this game too, but down lead. As I was saying, they have those in their book now, in their back pocket. Defense still needs to make stop here, no doubt about it. Jacobs on the stop, pick up maybe a yard or so inside the 10, 2nd down. I mean, Ball State, for the most part, you would think, this will do it for the first quarter, though. They'll switch ends, go to the south end zone in the student section, in which Penn State added an empty seat to the south end zone this offseason for the 2021 regular season for home games right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium, as there is a United States POW seat for prisoners of war or military members still missing in action, and that seat will in fact remain empty all season long, and hopefully into the future will remain empty until further notice. Commercial break, end of the first quarter. Penn State 14-0 over Ball State. But as I was saying, you would think, unless they score, they'll at least get a field goal out of this. But same thing last week with Wisconsin. Penn State blocked a field goal, and back and forth, tight 0-0 ball game until Penn State struck first early 3rd quarter, and then Wisconsin did take a lead, but Penn State came back and ended up winning 16-10 to start the year off 1-0. So, yeah, Texas A&M, Colorado should be a good game here on Fox. Cal TCU, 2nd quarter. Cal leads on the road 6-0 as they're playing in Fort Worth against the Horned Frogs. And then also, momentarily, about another 10-15 minutes or so before Iowa State kicks off on ABC with a 4:30 kick rather than 3:30 because of a 1 p.m. start with Florida and South Florida, in which the Gators beat the Bulls. And as always, as we're about to begin the 2nd quarter here shortly, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores from Ball State, Penn State, along with taking a look around the rest of college football. So stay tuned, and once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Ball State at Penn State, this 9/11/2021, as we will never forget what happened on this very day 20 years ago. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. And so what happens here, 2nd quarter before halftime, with Penn State on defense. They're going to allow a few points to be put on the opponent's scoreboard or not, but like I said, at least they started fast today. At least as well, they have the run game going. Once again, I get they're playing Ball State, big test, even after last week at Wisconsin, picking up a big road win in the Big Ten. It's going to be next week when Auburn comes to town, especially after the Tigers have put up 60+ in each win over both Akron and Alabama State. I don't care who they're playing. You're putting up 60+, and then it has to speak for something. So we'll see how the rest of the game goes, and then we'll get to next week when we get there, as mentioned. But, of course, excited for the return of Penn State fans for a home game for the first time in almost 2 years. It was Rutgers the day before December the 1st, November the 30th, 2019, in which, of course, Penn State won. And then about a month later, went on down to the Big D, Dallas, Texas, where TCU is hosting Cal in a home game here this afternoon as well. And Penn State won the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic against Memphis Tigers. Of course, last year, 2020, with the shortened season, conference only, 8 turned the 9-game regular season with Big Ten Champions League. Started out 0-5, won 4 in a row. Declined to go to a bowl game, even though, below 500. They could still go if they wanted to, but they declined, said no, we don't want to, which I was a little upset about that because, as mentioned before, Penn State has not had a losing season since 2004. Technically, they did last year, but I'm not counting that. I don't think anybody's counting 2020 for anything. Incomplete pass, third down for Ball State at the beginning of the third quarter, but the bowl streak continues basically, even though Penn State finished below 500 at 4-5. They win to start off this year. Really, all that matters because last year is last year, this year is this year. 1-0, beat Wisconsin, now beating Ball State here at the beginning of quarter 2. 3rd and 8 for the Cards as ball's at the 9-yard line. They're knocking on the door, see if they can cut this lead in half or at least get some points on the board. Like wanting down, motion man near side out of the gun. Ball State complete to the 6, out of bounds zone. Only a pickup of 3. Brandon Smith on the stop, 4th down. Ball State on this drive, they did go for it already on 4th down. They're going to need the 1 though, get a 1st and goal. Looks like they'll kick a field goal, which is going to be a smart move. Just, get yourself some breathing room. Try to get back in this ball game. But remember, last week, Penn State on special teams blocked the first field goal of the game by Wisconsin. Can they do the same here today at home against Ball State? We'll see. Ball State field goal attempt from 24 yards out is up and good. So they cut the lead now to 11 with 14:25 to play in the first half. Penn State in their home opener, the Lions lead the Ball State Cardinals out of the MAC 14-3. So thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
Before, we couldn't take in the sweet sounds of nature. Seriously, if work can change the world, it has to change yours. The all-new, all-electric Volkswagen ID4.
With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand together. Watch Serena Williams, Wonder Woman. Serena, Wonder Woman. Serena, Wonder Woman.
You cannot be serious!
Get your TV together with the best of live and on-demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream with no annual contract. Starbucks Triple Shot Energy. What gives you energy?
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
Dad, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched over
No,
numbers.
I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Online, honey, now that can affect your credit score.
Didn't, Dad. Then I got my real rate and monthly payment. Now I just need to head to the dealership for a test drive and purchase.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
It's all coming together this fall with the DQ Fall Blizzard menu, of course. 7 seasonal sensations like new pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and more. A lineup of so high with fall flavors, you might just want to jump in. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation
Penn State getting the football back. As they really don't need a kickstart just yet, but they did just give up a field goal to Ball State, so yeah, it definitely is. Mark Elford, former Oregon coach, on the call for Fox this afternoon, saying Penn State has to be a fun start, fun place. Devin Ford on the return, out past the 30 to 33. Yeah, all he was saying was we did have a flyover today too. All right, so they are showing now because the game beforehand ran a little late. What happened pregame on this 9/11? Another commercial break here, second quarter, but yeah, no doubt a fun place to begin with, but then also a fun place to be a student at as well, which is what Mark Helford was talking about there a second ago. Now, what was I going to say? I'll think of it. Still early. Still got a lot of football to be played. But I know somebody said in the comments, of course, showing the game. Of course, due to copyright, I cannot do that. So sorry. Thank you for tuning in and watching. And no TV, unless, well, technically the one I'm currently looking at, a little bit smaller than that one, but not by much. I mean, I could ask your mom if size matters, but I mean, I think we all know the answer to that. So, got a few different games on right now, so we'll see how all these, for the most part, all these noon kicks are done. All the games are over with. Got mid-afternoon games now before the nightcap. ABC, Washington, Michigan later on tonight. We got Texas and Arkansas as well. A SWAC rivalry renewed between two future SEC opponents. Got Stanford, USC along with the Holy War with Utah and BYU as well. But we'll preview everything still come along with talk about everything that's already happened today with first half stats and scores at halftime for Ball State, Penn State once we get there. So, yes, thank you for tuning in and watching. But, unfortunately, as always, haven't actually had to say this in quite a while, which is a bit of a surprise. But, yes, due to copyright, I cannot show the game. But the game is, in fact, on FS1 if you would like to tune in and watch along with watching side-by-side my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. So hopefully that's understandable, but if not, just be sure to hit the red subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. So Penn State has already, not even at halftime, more rushing yards today than what they had the whole entire game last week, which, like I said, at least for the most part, they're able to run the football here today against Ball State. But the defense just gave up a big drive and 3 points to the Cards. But like I said, even last year being last year, Ball State won the MAC, won their first ever bowl game in program history. So that had to speak for something. You knew damn well that be coming into play. Just like Oregon was going to Ohio State to play, and they ended up upsetting the Buckeyes, in which nobody gave them a shot. But hey, that's why they play the games, right? Clifford going to hand off. Kevon Lee dancing around, gets, 3 yards or so. Second down. Give him 2, 2nd and 8. Thought Parker Washington there for a second was about to get a penalty flag thrown on him for either a hold or illegal block in the back. But Penn State on offense here, just keep it short and sweet, keep it simple. Clifford going to fake the give, going to dump it off far side. That's number 8, Marquise Wilson, who is a former defensive back turned receiver, but we'll be playing both, more so on offense this year. Didn't really play last week. I don't know why. Of course, some guys, I know he traveled, but some guys didn't even travel. Of course, travel squad for an away game in college football, you can only, dress a certain amount. And that's why John Lovett didn't go. We still haven't seen him yet today or at all this season. A transfer from Baylor at running back, but when Penn State's as deep as they are at tailback as is to begin with, I mean, nice one-handed grab there by Parker Washington on 3rd and 5. And he bounces a defender, picks up a first down out towards midfield around the 44, 45-yard line. We'll see where they spot him out of bounds at, but that's another Penn State first down. First and 10, trips their side, right to left for Penn State here. In the second, pass complete, first down to Jahan Dotson to the 41 on the right side of the 50 now. Goes to the simple comeback route, work the sticks. 10 yards here, maybe 5, 8 in between, another deep shot. Really haven't seen any of those today yet, but with the way they're running the football, they don't need to go deep, especially when Ball State's probably going to be ready for it here early. You always want to, have the defense on their heels, catch them when they're not ready. Expect the unexpected, but 2nd and 4 now. Ball at 34. Washington in motion. Clifford going to hand off. Kevon Lee breaks a tackle. Gets a first down. All right. As long as they can, get those extra yards, just continuing to fight. Showing that Clifford going to fake the give. Has all day to throw. Good protection by the O-line. And then ends up throwing it out of bounds, incomplete near his side. As long as they're showing that mentality that, hey, we're going to work, hard hat on, whether it's on or not, we're still going to work, and we're gonna beat you. See, the offensive line, I mean, last week there's some question marks on who was going to be starting at guard. The tackles were set 53 and 79 for Rasheed Walker and Caden Walsh, respectively. And then Eric Wilson's another transfer from Harvard, starting to left guard, who has pass incomplete near side to Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian 757 country. So 3rd and 10. Thought he had it as he went down, but good coverage, and he ends up dropping it as he goes to the ground. But okay, sorry for any technical difficulties. Disconnect, reconnect on YouTube this afternoon. As I was just saying, just going over the offensive line there, but then another incomplete pass. Didn't miss much. 3rd down and 10, deep shot they take in the end zone. A little overthrown, incomplete for Lambert-Smith again. And now a 45-yard field goal attempt from Jordan Stout. And kick's going to be up and good. So now Penn State leads it 17-0. Or 17-3, excuse me. Still thinking it was 14-0, even with Ball State's field goal.
$1 for $1 match at the end of their first year, only from Discovery.
There's an America we
All right, now as we readjust following some technical difficulties with the disconnect and reconnect. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Live watch on reactions, college football, Ball State, Penn State. Penn State with a field goal, as Ball State also has one now as well. It was an early 14-0 lead for just now tuning in for the Nittany Lions, and then 14-3. So, excuse me for saying still 17-0, but no, yes, Ball State kicked the field goal 14-3, and then Penn State was able to drive once again. However, drive sort of stalled, a couple incomplete passes, and had to settle for a 45-yard field goal. Did not miss though, so wasn't a little bit of a recap. I get you're going to miss a few every once in a while, but it wasn't a recap of what happened late last week on the road at Wisconsin. So now Penn State at home with a 17-3 lead, as we have Ball State, Penn State on the main TV. Current TV, Texas A&M, Colorado, Cal, TCU, and Iowa State about to kick off as well. So back to a comment from earlier, quantity over quality. Got a few different games on right now, so once again, thank you for tuning in and watching.
Starbucks Triple Shot Energy. What gives you energy?
Well, before all the NFL action kicks off tomorrow, you don't want to miss Fox NFL Sunday's exclusive interview with most talked about quarterback this offseason. It was Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Andrews.
If they wanted to make a change, even though I just went MVP and didn't see my future with the team past 2021, then why wait? You know, they drafted my replacement, so let him play. That's what he wants.
A preview of that conversation as Aaron
So
Andrews sits down
Iowa, a team
tomorrow.
Penn State will play at in now less than a month on Saturday, October the 9th. The Hawkeyes are on the road in Ames, taking on the Cyclones, and the battle for the Cyhawk Trophy. Did not meet last year because of COVID, even though they are in the same state. Of course, there were no conference games for Big Ten teams last year, so Iowa, for the most part, though, they've won consistently in this rivalry as of late. Iowa State picked up a few wins, but not by much. But Iowa State's on the rise with Matt Campbell, who I thought potentially, if before Penn State went on a 4-game winning streak, starting at 0-5 last year, if they were to make a change at head coach, that both Matt Campbell and Luke Fickell could, very well be options for the Nittany Lions, along with Matt Roll, who just always have him in the back of your mind for him to come home, take over the Nittany Lions, if, say, Franklin would ever get fired at some point in time in the near future, or to leave for another school, or say the NFL. But on the kickoff, we had a cheap shot by Ball State, it looked like. They'll keep the ball at 17-3. So Penn State here, 11:22 to play in the first half. They have more rushing yards and more points here early on, not even halftime yet, than they did all last week, which is a good sign of improvement. Yes, they're still playing Ball State. And once again, the tough test, even defeating Wisconsin on the road in the Big Ten last week, it's going to be non-conference next Saturday night at home in the whiteout, 7:30 ABC against Auburn. 1st and 10, as Ball State started towards the end zone, following that penalty, a few yards near side. Charlie Kasser, 45 on the stop. So on the call, Aaron Goldsmith, along with Mark Helfrich, Oregon Duck, head coach, who took over for Chip Kelly, and then had a little success early on, but not much afterwards, and then, of course, fired. Mario Cristobal takes over. You see how that turned out for the Ducks today. Kalen King on the coverage. Almost picked it off. Now it's incomplete. However, got an injured Nittany Lion, number 21, Tyler Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, down back in the secondary as well, holding his knee, it looks like. As coming down, King on the defensive stop. And hell, the receiver almost still caught it too and dropped it as he went to the ground. The two Nittany Lion defenders sort of, as they were both coming down, fell into each other. So, yeah, Rudolph, the one injured, as I guess he is the one in 21-1. But in the meantime, also got a flag on the play, as it will be 3rd and 5. But what is the penalty? No penalty flag now. Defensive holding on Penn State. Are you serious? You throw a penalty flag on a play 10 minutes after the play was ran, and now Ball State gets a 1st and 10 out of it. At least it wasn't no bullshit catch interference from last week. How many damn times? Jesus Christ. But just as the NFL officials are already in midseason form, college officials seem to be right there as well, if not too far behind. From the 28, 2nd and 10. And then Katzer, 45 on the stop. And with, of course, Ellis Brooks out for the first half here today because of that targeting in the 4th quarter last week at Wisconsin. Penn State starting backers today: Brandon Smith, Jesse Luketa, and Curtis Jacobs. But then you also have Katzer, 45, and then the twin brother of Kalen King, number 4, who was on that coverage, of course, that defensive holding penalty play that Rudolph went down on. Kobe King, 41, is also at linebacker, but have yet to see him yet. But a big 3rd down and 5 here from the 33 for Ball State, and they convert. Busted coverage by Sutherland and King, 0 and 4. And now we got a late flag coming in now as well from the secondary. We'll see what that is. Pass interference on the offense. They'll replay 3rd down. You can barely hear the official. That's a good call. That's a good pick play. I mean, it's either a rub if you're on offense or a pick play if you're on defense. So take your pick, but they call it offensive pass interference. They'll replay 3rd down. 3rd and 20 now. Under 10 to play here in the first half. Penn State leads 17-3. Trip stop your screen from the 18. Slant complete. However, Jacobs, Sutherland, here comes Daquan Hardy in the gang. Seemed like the whole Penn State defense was on the stop. And now 4th down as Penn State's going to get the football back here. And now some tech issues with Fox and Beaver Stadium with the broadcast. So Ball State on the punt. A little bit of a high snap. Go after it. Block his ass. Block the punt. Don't stand there and wait for him to kick it. Jahan Dotson on the return. Signals for a fair catch. It'll be 1st down and 10 Nittany Lions when we return.
dream about the Crazy Calzone again?
He also said some great things about giraffes.
We're not big pizza, we're Little Caesars. The new Crazy Calzone for $8.49.
We didn't just build another hybrid. We built a hard-charging 37-mile-per-gallon turbo hybrid with the range and power to find your next store. Wherever it might be. The 2022 Sorento Turbo Hybrid, the world's first storytelling machine. From you touch it, you buy it, Dan.
To first name basis with the delivery guy, Dan.
Hey, his name is Skipper. It's hard to forget.
It's also a wonderful name.
The new City Custom Cash Card automatically adjusts to where your spending is trending.
So as we come back from commercial break, first and 10, Penn State up by 14, 17-3 over Ball State. It all starts up front. Starts with the offense and defensive lines, respectively. You got to be able to run the football consistently, able to play action, play good defense, rely on special teams when needed. Do all that 9 times out of 10, more so than not, you're probably going to win. Okay. Talking about the offensive line earlier. Walker's at left tackle, Walls is at right tackle. So 2 W's on the end, and then in the middle, you flip a W, you got an M in the middle at center, Mike Miranda, and then the 2 guards, 68 and 70, Eric Wilson at left, and 70, Drew Shrugs at right. We'll see who's in at running back here, whether it's Kane or Lee, maybe even Devin Ford. It's Noah Kane, number 21, a former Texas commit from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Of course, missed all of last season due to an injury, but his freshman year, 2 years ago in 2019, came on strong, especially in some road wins in which Penn State was able to run the ball effectively and close out the game. So it's Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, Devin Ford, and then it's Lovett and Keziah Holmes behind. And I guess there's a line after the third back, because I haven't seen the other 2 as of yet. But another thing with Penn State's offense, that they, in my opinion, last week struggled to get the tight ends the football. They really haven't gone to tight ends at all today either. I mean, Strange has 1 reception, if I'm not mistaken. And Theo Johnson might have 1 to his credit as well. We'll check out the stats at halftime. But other than that, it's of course, get playmakers the ball in space, get the run game going, take a deep shot here and there, short, quick passes like that, and then a 3rd and 10 in which Clifford ended up just tucking in and ran, and it's now 4th down, and Penn State's going to be on to punt for the first time today. So Jordan Stout last week was named the Big Ten Special Teams Player of the Week, which is a little bit of a surprise, even with a missed field goal and an extra point. But in the end, Penn State came out victorious, and as a team, that's all that matters. Going to have a touchback on the punt. However, there is a flag on the play, and it was 4th and 8. So keep that in mind if, for anything, more than a 5-yard penalty. And of course, against Ball State, it might wind up as a first down for the Nittany Lions here, and they might keep possession. Zebra is huddling up. We'll see what the discussion's about and see what they have to say. Hey, we'll just say this, like Thursday night. Personal foul on Penn State. See if Ball State wants them to re-kick or they'll tack on 15 from the end of the run. Which I'd take 15 from the 20 because the touchback on the punt, you get the ball 1st and 10 from 35. But if they re-punt, well, you don't know where you're going to get the ball at. Commercial break, we'll see yard mark-wise where Ball State's going to begin at when we come back. But 1st and 10 after Penn State punt, even with the Nittany Lions leading by 14, 17-3 at home against Ball State. This A&M Colorado game is actually being played in Denver, not in Boulder. It's in Mile High, home of the Denver Broncos. as we'll also preview Week 1 in the NFL tomorrow as well. So stick around for that. Hopefully tune in tomorrow for live watch along reactions of NFL Sunday Week 1 here with Steelers and Bills, along with Monday Night Football, Ravens, Raiders, along with WWE Monday Night Raw. And be sure that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Link subscription below. And thanks once more for tuning in and watching. Cal, in the meantime, they lead as Colorado still leads A&M 7-0. Cal on the road at TCU, they're winning by 12, 19-7. Iowa State finally underway, back and forth here early on. Still no score, but Penn State 17-3 over Ball State once again. So get back to the action momentarily. So chat, questions, and comments always greatly appreciated. Sure to share as well on social media, whether that's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I don't give a shit where you share it at. Just share this damn live watch along reaction stream if you haven't done so already. And hopefully you're enjoying Penn State's lead right now as much as I am, along with all the other college football games that are currently going on right now this Saturday afternoon, week 2 in college football, as we'll get more into Penn State's regular season schedule when the time's right, of course. As we see once again that Auburn score pop up at the bottom of the screen, 62-0 at home against Alabama State, and then they'll hit the road for the first time next week. Auburn will, after hosting Akron and Alabama State and defeating both by 60+. Well, last week they won by 50+. They won 60-10, and then today 62-0. So it'll be a big game. College Game Day might be in town as well. We'll see about that. I know Alabama, Florida is also next week from the Swamp. So that's just college football for you. You know damn well there's going to be good games any given day of the week. So second down after a yard or so on the game. Brandon Smith on the stop for the main line defense. Split near side, incomplete on the screen. As Tyler Rudolph is back out there, so just a little bit of a stinger earlier with his injury. And a game like this too, especially with as deep as Penn State is on the depth chart at basically every single position, as mentioned last week. More so on defense, as they're on defense right now. More experienced at secondary than they are up front, but that front seven still stout. Game like this, as Plitt almost goes down on the sack, and then he does. There's a missed tackle, and then Ebiketie and Jacobs make the stop. With your depth, game like this, get some of your backups some good playing time, get some experience under their belt, and in the long run, it'll, of course, work itself out, regardless of who your opponent is down the road, because they're going to know what the hell to do in situations like this, or whatever the hell the situation is. More experience, the better. Penn State, they're going to block one of these punts by the end of the day. That was almost blocked. A little bit better than the last one. Got a flag on the play, though. I know damn well they didn't run into each other, but Ball State's going to down it on the return. We'll see where they spot the ball out with this penalty, but it would have been average starting field position. And Franklin, as he stands there on the sideline, arms crossed as always, just shakes his head. Offside on Penn State. Yeah, that's a good call. Five-yard penalty. Still not going to be enough for a first down, though, for Ball State. So it's going to be Penn State football. 5:31 to play in this first half. But where are they starting at? 5 yards from the end of the run because they're not re-punting. I'd say 36, 37, 38 yard line, somewhere in there, I bet. So they got down in between the 40 and the 45, so I'm going to be in the neck of the woods, but I don't know the exact spot until we end up. We'll see once they start this drive. As both teams here in the meantime, too, have all 3 timeouts remaining this first half. Well, what's going on is Penn State has a 14-point lead here before halftime, getting the ball back as well. We have 1st and 10 after the punt and the penalty. So, yeah, ball going to be at the 36-yard line. 1st and 10. Clifford fakes the give. Going to go play action. Get rid of it. Don't take a damn sack. And then he does near side. Nice catch by Kane. Yeah, he's going to be right there at the first down marker. I don't know if they've given first down or not. Looks to be short. 2nd and a half yard. From the 46, even though it's 2nd and 1 and they got 10 yards on the last play, Clifford going to go deep, incomplete, intended for Dawson. So 3rd and short, run the damn ball, please, on this. Pick up a fresh set of downs, keep the ball moving. Because that was the other thing last week, too. Penn State, at least in the first half, offensively, and then it even turned into the second half, too, even when they struck first and back and forth, they ended up winning on offense. They couldn't hold on to the ball longer than a minute at a time. Clock management was awful. And the defense was out there for 95% of the game, making stop after stop after stop. Okay, 2nd and 10. So it was a first down rather than a 2nd and 1. It was a 1st and 10, now 2nd and 10 following completion, now 3rd and 7 after a pickup of 3. Clifford gonna quarterback draw, picks up a big first down, has some daylight. We're burning it as it's almost halftime. First down run though for Clifford. Fake the give, looking to throw again. Get rid of it. 6-yard sack on the loss. So 2nd and a mile. 4-1-4 to play. At halftime, Colorado and Texas A&M. And a close one. Low scoring, 7-3 Buffs. 2nd and 16. Clifford once again looking through. Deep down the middle, has a man. First down, Penn State. And that is number 6 for the first time this season. Cam Sullivan-Brown trying to emerge as that number 3-4 wide receiver. Maybe even the 5th on the depth chart for the Penn State offense. Because, you know, as I look here, Washington and Lambert, you draw the line right after that, and it's wide open. It's Cam Sullivan-Brown, Daniel George. I mean, we did see a little last week of as Kane gets the carry, no gain for him, 2nd and 10. We saw a little bit of Jaden Doughton and Winston Eubanks, but it's Clifford at quarterback. You got your 2-3 running backs, 3, maybe 4 receivers. I mean, at least they got Marquise Wilson involved here today a little bit earlier too. And then it's 2 tight ends with Strange and Johnson, even though they really don't go to them by any means. Empty set 5 wide. Clifford pass complete to Dawson. Has a convoy down the far side, and he walks in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. make it 23-3 with 2:50 to play, pending the extra point. Simple bubble screen. Nice block there by Drew Shrugs. And Ball State's defense was the whole way to the near side on the left. Penn State ran right. And 6 points for the touchdown. And knock on wood, about to make it 7 here with Jordan Stout's extra point, which that kick is also up and good. So now 24-3, Penn State leading Ball State with under 3 to play here before halftime.
Under 3 minutes to play in the first half as we take a
24-3, following a 25-yard touchdown pass from 14 to 5. Really no Parker Washington, or I mean, he had a nice one-hander earlier, but nothing for him or Kendra Lambert-Smith yet. Maybe a few catches and drops as well, but okay, at least wide receiver wise, they're getting the ball to a few other playmakers. I said earlier, Marquise Wilson, and then we also just saw Cam Sullivan-Brown make a catch. So Penn State on to kickoff. As that Beaver Stadium field looks absolutely perfect this time of year. And Jordan Stout with a booming kickoff into the crowd for a touchback. First and 10, Ball State from the 25-yard line. First and 10 from the 25, Plitt, complete. Daquan, and there's Marquise Wilson also playing DB. They make the stop. First and 10 now after pick up a 10 on the pass. From the 35, Plitt once again looking to throw. Smith and Fields on the stop. From the 38. Second and 7, excuse me. I don't know why I said third and 8. Well, it's going to be 3rd and 8 now. Maybe I'm a genius and just predicted on what was going to happen on that play to make it 3rd and 8. As Ball State loses a yard, I don't want to pat myself on the back by any means, but that's exactly what the hell just happened. Make it 3rd and 9, actually. They lose 2, so I guess I was still wrong. But 3rd down and 9. Somebody call a timeout. Penn State does, in fact, call their first. So even with a 24-3 lead, they're calling their first timeout here. Minute 43 to play in this first half. 3rd and 9 for Ball State. We're looking to get the ball back. And if they can do just that, getting a stop here, potentially score again, you know, before halftime, then so be it. But we'll give it a shot. We're almost halfway there. It's not halftime yet, minute 44 away, but John Bon Jovi showing up at Beaver Stadium. We'll see who else does, or already has, by the time this game ends. Third and 9. Over the middle, it's complete first down, Ball State. Now that timeout comes back and hurts you, because they still got 3 timeouts, new set of downs, clock's rolling. Ball midfield. Missed tackle by Tarburton, another first down for Ball State, and about 15 yards on the play, first down. And there was a fumble on that play late, but he was already down, so it wouldn't have mattered. 1:21 to play here in the first half, second quarter. First and 10, 7 on reception. Second and short. Yeah, there's Marquise Wilson. He's playing both offense and defense. I mean, what is this, high school football? Plitt going to hand off, first down run for Ball State. Under a minute to play here. Another fresh set of downs, first and 10 for the Cards. As they're looking to cut this lead, they're going to call timeout 46 seconds. But they're trying to put some more points on the board before halftime, because Penn State's going to get the football to begin the second half. And even, okay, at that, Penn State's at home. You have a lead. Unless you go quick 3 and out, try to set course, control the rest of the game, and get out of Dodge with a win. Even though, you know, it's a I was going to say, don't tell me they beat Clemson. Georgia did last week, though, 10-3, and that was the last time, or the first time, excuse me, that Clemson has lost back-to-back games in a decade, playoffs included, which is very hard to believe, but they did. You know, they're just showing some highlights of Ball State's head coach Mike New when he played at Ball State, and they lost to Clemson. And nice catch, what a catch there by number 12 for Ball State receiver Ja'Shawn Jackson. We haven't seen really any Ball State receivers, because they haven't thrown the ball. I mean, they have, but nothing deep like that. No nice catch either till now. And then Ball State walks it in, touchdown. However, we got a whistle. I don't think that play's going to count. They're going to roll it dead. And, oh, they're going to review the previous play on the field. All right. It looked like a catch to me. He only needs 1 foot in bounds because it's not the NFL. And I think he had that, but we're going to make the refs think about this, and we'll see what the ruling is. That's a catch. Hell, he had 2 feet in before he went out. Did he control, possess it as he was going down and out of bounds, though? I mean, it looked like it, too. And maybe not. I guess they could say that's a bobble. Busted coverage by Penn State, though, on defense. I mean, how the hell does he get that wide open? It's going to be a little hard to overturn that, I think, because you have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn, the previous play on the field, whatever they're reviewing. So it's a catch on the field. I would think it's going to stand as called and it'll stay a catch, but I want to be shocked by any means whatsoever. Of course, they overturn it. It's incomplete. So, yeah, tell us something good. No, it's still a catch. First down for Penn State. I mean, good play. Good pass, good catch. First and goal from the 4. And pass incomplete, far side. Tariq on the coverage. Second and goal. Incomplete right at the goal line, or the front left pylon, far side on Penn State side in the south end zone. Motion man, fake the end around, handoff. Nice big defensive stop by Penn State. Tarburton and then Sutherland came up and made the tackle. And then Lucada and I believe Tyler Rudolph were also in on the stop. Yeah, Tarburton, Lucada, and then also Sutherland, yeah, and then Rudolph and Musford. I haven't said his name yet today until now. Right behind, so. Ball State calls a timeout with 14 seconds to play in this first half. It's third and goal from about the 6, 7, 8 yard line. See where they spot the ball at. Lost a few there, but I mean, you would think once again, if they don't score, they'll at least get a field goal out of it. So cut it to 24-6 at that point, and that very well could be the halftime score here. Once we hit halftime, right here in Happy Valley. There are some Ball State fans that made the trip up there in the visitors section in the corner of the north end zone, up the upper deck. Of course, just coming in from Indiana, which is still Big Ten country. Third and goal from the 7 officially, and then they blow it dead. Flag on the play, we got a false start. So the crowd coming alive. It would have been a sack if they wanted to roll it dead, but quarterback just stopped, heard the whistle. False start, 5 yards, replay, third and goal. And now the phenom himself, the dead man, Mark Calloway, the Undertaker, is showing up to hopefully put Ball State's offense to rest before halftime. Drew Plitt gonna tuck it and run, brought down to 5. They still got a timeout. They want to call it 4 seconds. They will. They'll kick a field goal here on 4th down and go to halftime like that. So, I mean, at least they didn't let them score. At least they still have a shot to make a play on the field goal attempt. Watch for a fake, though, just for the hell of it. Especially to end the first half here. So another 23-yard field goal attempt for Ball State. Already 1 for 1 on field goals and from that yardage as well. This from right down the middle of the field rather than the left hash from earlier, and kicks right down Broadway as well, up and good. And at the half, in the very first ever meeting between Penn State and Ball State, the Nittany Lions lead the Cardinals 24-6. Coming up, first half stats and scores. However, Penn State with 2 rushing touchdowns, as James Franklin will be interviewed for Penn State Radio. 2 rushing touchdowns and a passing touchdown plus a field goal, and then Ball State with 2 field goals of their own. But, I mean, for the most part, I mean, like I said, I guess Ball State, but Penn State's looking, on offense at least, better than what they did last week in the first half. And, I mean, even all game. I mean, the defense needs to step up a little bit more, I would think. I mean, I get you want to, potentially, not necessarily, try to relax or take it easy or just rest up for next week, of course, with Auburn coming to town. I'm sure they're watching this game because they already played today. I'm sure, they're watching film from Penn State's win over Wisconsin last week right now, along with, this game against Ball State. Should be a good one next week, but we'll get to next week when we get to next week. This is this week, week 2 in college football on this 9/11. As at the half, Penn State in their home opener against the Ball State Cardinals, last year's MAC champions. The Nittany Lions lead the Cardinals by a score of 24-6. So now some first half stats and scores. Let's take a look around the rest of what's going on in college football right now. Penn State, Ball State 24-6. I mean, Ball State isn't looking bad. I mean, Penn State's just looking better because it's, a mismatch between a Power 5 and a non-Power 5. But, ever heard of an upset before? So, I mean, Plitt's 15-22 for a $119, and I mean, he's been sacked once, but he's dishing it out pretty evenly to his receivers. Jackson has 2 catches for 25 yards. Hall has 5 catches for 22 yards. And then Steele 1 for 21, Rudy 2 for 21, and Johannes Tyler also has 2 catches for 21 yards as well. Knock on wood, hopefully no turnovers by Penn State, but no turnovers by either team yet in this first half, which is a bit of a surprise. I mean, there have been a few penalties, nothing really stupid, but at least Penn State on offense, for the most part, they have a run game today, unlike last week, until they had one a little bit late. Of course, Noah Kane with the go-ahead touchdown basically sealed the deal with 2 interceptions. And after that, Penn State won 16-10 at Wisconsin. Now they lead at the half today, 24-6 against Ball State. Clifford is 16-21 for 178 and a touchdown. That touchdown to Jahan Dawson. So, I mean, both quarterbacks minus, 60 or so yards compared with Clifford and Plitt, and completion and attempts. I mean, they're basically spitting images of each other right now. Plitt's 15-22 for 119, and Clifford 16-21 for 178 in score. That touchdown to Jahan Dawson, who has 4 catches for 53 yards. Penn State on the ground, though, as we see some highlights from other games in which Oregon defeated Ohio State, if you did not know, 35-28. That's why I play the games, folks. Noah Kane at the half has 8 carries for 28 yards rushing and a touchdown. Sean Clifford also has 7 carries for 26 yards and a touchdown. And then it's Kevon Lee as your third running back. No John Lovett, no Keziah Holmes still. Don't know what's up with that by any means, but you'll see them in the second half late. Penn State's blowing them out. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't have any idea why they're not playing. If anybody does know, let me know in the comments below. But Kevon Lee has 4 carries for 22 yards. So, pretty evenly based between the three, even though one's in the middle there, Clifford, the quarterback, but it does still have a touchdown. So, if Penn State doesn't have a rushing game and they don't have those 2 touchdowns, it's, a 4-point lead right now if everything else goes the way it has. And Penn State's leading 10-6 at the half, not 24-6. And then, you got yourselves a little bit of a problem, I would say. And then Penn State receiving, Jahan Dotson, as mentioned, 4 catches, 53 yards, and a touchdown. Parker Washington also has 4 catches, 35 yards. Really haven't seen a whole lot of him since first quarter, it seems like. And then Noah Kane along with Kevon Lee out of the backfield. 2 and 1 catches, or 1 catch, I should say, respectively, for 25 and 24 yards apiece. And then Cam Sullivan-Brown, along with Marquise Wilson, also have a catch. Good to see them getting involved in the offense. And then both tight ends have a catch apiece as well for 10 and 6 yards respectively. And Devin Ford also has a catch out of the backfield as well. So, 3 touchdowns for Penn State, 1 passing, 2 rushing, plus a field goal from Jordan Stout. And then Ball State also has 2 field goals of their own as we sit at the halftime. Ball State at Penn State. Thank you for tuning in and watching my Culture Ball live watch-along reactions between the 2 schools for the first ever meeting today, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Penn State leads at the half, 24-6. Also in college football this afternoon, before we preview the NFL with what's to come tomorrow, following the Buccaneers' 2-point win on a game-winning field goal Thursday night, 31-29, over the Dallas Cowboys for a full Week 1 slate tomorrow. Today in college football, Virginia defeated Illinois 42-14. Army did in fact win over Western Kentucky 38-35. Kent State 60-10 over the Virginia Military Institute. Big upset here early on. 12th ranked Oregon went to 3rd ranked Ohio State. The Ducks defeated the Bucks by a final score of 35-28. Yes, so Duck U, Oregon to Ohio State. Thank you from Penn State and the rest of the Big Ten. And I would say everybody's sitting behind Ohio State in top 25 right now, and everybody that just hates Ohio State in general. Thank you, Ducks. And it was a big Duck U. It was from Oregon. Picking up the win on the road at Ohio State in a game that nobody really gave them a shot. But, Oregon, final score at Ohio State, they defeat the Buckeyes 35-28. Auburn 62-0 over Alabama State. Auburn right here in Happy Valley next Saturday night at Penn State. 24-16 Lions over Ball State after something again. South Carolina game-winning field goal 20-17 on the road at East Carolina. Pitt ended up winning at Tennessee by 7, 41-34. Big win for the Panther program. Michigan State putting up some points again. I get an FCS Youngstown State squad, but with what Michigan State did last Friday night at Northwestern, along with putting up 42 again today at home against Youngstown State, the Spartans defeat the Penguins 42-14. Minnesota, we saw defeat Miami, Ohio, 31-26. Speaking of Northwestern, after Michigan State loss last week, they rebound, pick up their first one of the year, defeat Indiana State, who Penn State 10 years ago opened the season with at home before Alabama rolled into town. And then now, 10 years later, Penn State's also got an SEC opponent, Auburn, coming to Happy Valley next week. Northwestern 24-6 over Indiana State, as that's our halftime score at Penn State Ball State right now. We saw Oklahoma State and Tulsa finish up before Ball State Penn State kicked off. Cowboys over the Tulsa Hurricanes 28-23. Florida 42-20 on the road at South Florida in Tampa. Wyoming, they won on the road at Northern Illinois by 7, 50-43, before they will host this Ball State squad at home next week. Virginia Tech 35-14 over Middle Tennessee State. And then Rutgers Rutgers is 2-0. They defeat Syracuse 17-7. Games currently in progress. Duquesne is at Ohio, minus Frank Solich, Johnstown native himself, who Nebraska should never fired because since then it's been all downhill for the Cornhuskers. Win percentage-wise, they haven't won as well as when they did when he was there. I mean, hell, not as good as what it was when Osborne was in charge, but still, it's been a downhill slide for Nebraska ever since Bill Callahan rolled in. And then, of course, Bo Pelini, Mike Riley, and now Scott Frost. Speaking of the Cornhuskers, they lead as they just began the second half at home against the Buffalo Bulls, not the Bills. The Bills play the Steelers at home tomorrow. Nebraska, they lead Buffalo 14-0. But yes, Duquesne is at Ohio, and they are winning by 8, 28-20. And it looks like they're also going to pick up the win because that game is about to go final, and they have the football as I speak. Notre Dame's in a close one. We should probably turn on Peacock, as that game is exclusive to Peacock, not on NBC. It's on Peacock. If you have Peacock, you can watch it. If you don't, well, you're SOL. But Notre Dame, with 5:50 to play, is only winning by 2 at home against the Toledo Rockets. So we'll see if they can rock out South Bend with a win or not. We'll have to keep an eye on that game. But Notre Dame 24-22 with 5 minutes to play over Toledo. UConn needs to just get rid of the football program. They are losing at home 49-0 against Purdue. No offense, Purdue, but the way UConn's played this year, along with the way they've played over the past decade, talk about a downhill slide. I mean, Jesus Christ, they basically fall face of the fucking earth. UConn, just, yeah, they're getting blown out third quarter, 49-0. Another couple shutouts here. Central Michigan over Robert Morris, 45-0. So it looks like at least 2 Pittsburgh area schools are going to win today, and then Robert Morris, yeah, no shot, fourth quarter at Central Michigan, losing by 45. But Duquesne and then Pitt also picked up a win earlier today too at Tennessee, as mentioned. Hopefully the Steelers can also third time's a charm tomorrow as the Black and Gold travel to upstate Western New York to take on the Buffalo Bills. And hopefully tune in to watch my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube of that NFL 1 p.m. kick tomorrow with the Steelers and Bills once more. Hopefully the Black and Gold can get it done to begin the year 1-0. Another shutout right now at the half. Georgia without JT Daniels at quarterback because of an injury. They lead UAB 35-0. We just began the second half with Texas A&M Colorado from Denver. And A&M with the ball. They trail by 4, 7-3. Cincinnati 14-7 over Murray State. Florida Atlantic 16-6 over Georgia Southern. Boston College with another decent shutout score right now at the half. 14-0 over UMass. So, of course, with their shutout win, BC's last week by a final score of 51-0 over Colgate. I mean, for the Massachusetts area, for bragging rights, the Eagles of Boston College defeating the Minutemen of UMass right now at the half, 14-0. Talked about Nebraska, 14-0 as well over Buffalo, early third quarter. At the half as well, just beginning the second half as well. Cal on the road at TCU, they lead by 5, 19-14. Temple and Akron, 24-17, Owls over the Zips. At halftime on CBS, Air Force at Navy, the Cadets are losing by 4. Yes. Air Force is winning, yes, 7-3 over Navy. And then no surprise here, Alabama going to begin 2-0. They're not even at halftime yet, and they lead Mercer 31-0, but they're playing Mercer. Okay, so mercy me, like, have mercy, Mercer. You're getting rolled by the Tide, 31-0. And Alabama's Alabama. Like, as long as Saban's there, Alabama's going to be Alabama, and they're going to be winning at least of an average of 10 games per year. And as I mentioned last week, I sort of figured out that if Saban does, in fact, continue to coach for another 15 or so years and average, say, 10 plus wins per season, he very well could catch Joe Paterno for the most wins all time in college football history. As Joe Paul, of course, sits at 409. It's been 10 years since that game against Illinois, and then a week later, it all went downhill. Second quarter, Iowa State leads Iowa 3-0. Clemson 21-0 at South Carolina State. I say downhill for Penn State as a program for, not that long. Maybe a couple days. Okay? And as Penn State's honorary captains were the Dwyer family, after a former Penn State walk-on during the 1986 national championship team was killed 20 years ago today on 9/11 in New York City at the World Trade Center. As I was saying, though, about Penn State 10 years ago, it wasn't for long. And all Penn Staters knew eventually Penn State would be back. They've already returned, they've been back, and now they're just trying to add on to what Penn State already is, or was. But what Penn State is right now, they're 1-0 in 2021, and they got a 24-6 lead at the half over Ball State. So I'll leave it at that. West Virginia, they are defeating the Long Island MJFs 14-0. So woo woo woo, what the Mountaineers are up by 2 scores. And then Western Michigan 7-0 over Illinois State. And then games still to come this afternoon. Now tonight, as we hit almost 6 p.m. Eastern time here, we got Houston and Rice, Western Carolina and Oklahoma, Eastern Michigan and Wisconsin. Got, as mentioned earlier, a SWAC rivalry renewed with 2 future SEC opponents in Texas and Arkansas, 7 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN. App State and Miami as well from South Beach, which should be a damn good game. That's as mentioned, I said Thursday night, a very low-key, under-the-radar matchup here tonight. So tonight's games, after these 3:30 kicks wrap up, of course, I'll have Texas, Arkansas on, App State, Miami. We'll have also Washington and Michigan, and then it's Utah, BYU, Stanford, USC as well later on. Checking to see what else we got cooking here this Saturday for college football. North Texas, SMU, Hampton, Old Dominion, Memphis and Arkansas State honestly should be a good game. Austin P and Ole Miss, see if they get Lane Kiffin back or not, following his COVID diagnosis from last week. Did not coach on Monday night for Ole Miss against Louisville. Speaking of Louisville, I know I saw him here. Thought it did. Yes, there they are. They play host to Eastern Kentucky. And then Georgia State at North Carolina. We'll see how good Virginia is next week. They take them, the Tar Heels from Chapel Hill, as Virginia defeated William & Mary and Illinois in back-to-back weeks to start the year. But in the meantime, been impressive doing so. So we'll see how good the Cavs are, along with Virginia Tech, who have already defeated Tar Heels North Carolina last week in that upset last Friday night. And then also, as we see some highlights from the first half, coming out at halftime with Ball State and Penn State, started third quarter. Penn State going to receive the second half kick. as Nittany Lions lead 24-6. We got Missouri and Kentucky in the SEC. Jacksonville State and Florida State. As there's Aaron Goldsmith and Mark Helfrich, former Oregon coach, on the call for FS1. San Diego State, Arizona, good one as well, along with Washington and Michigan on ABC. Washington lost to Montana at home last Saturday. Michigan defeated Western Michigan. Penn State will host the Wolverines mid-November, a little bit of a late game in the season, as Michigan has not won at Penn State since 2015, and that game is also mid-November, so keep that in mind a few months from now. And then also, as mentioned, later on tonight, you got the Stanford-USC matchup that'll be on Fox at 10:30, following baseball, Subway Series, the Yankees and Mets, UNLV, Arizona State, Hawaii, Oregon State, and then the Holy War from Provo, Utah. It'll be the Utah Utes coming from Salt Lake City to Brigham Young Country to take on the Cougs, as it'll be Utah and BYU later on tonight to cap off week 2 of this college football Saturday. As we begin the second half of Penn State having an 18-point, 24-6 lead over visiting Ball State. Say thank you once again for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke in 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Ball State, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Kevon Lee on the carry. 11 yards for him to the 31. First down. They're going to move the sticks. Still to come, if we get around to it here, we will also preview NFL for tomorrow, even though we already did on Thursday. But if we don't get to it, well, we can also just save it for tomorrow, because we'll be live right here on YouTube tomorrow as well, and hopefully we'll tune in for more live watch-along reactions then. Another 11-yard run for Kevon Lee. First down, Penn State. Back-to-back 11-yard runs, 22 total yards, 2 first downs, and Penn State's near midfield. Parker Washington motion. Clifford going to hand off, and voila, here we go. Another, well, that was a little bit longer than 11 yards, at 13, maybe 14, depending on the spot, but another Penn State first down. 3 consecutive runs. Why don't you make it 4, 5, 6, the whole way to the end zone? Maybe he breaks one. Thought he was going to there, but I mean, hell, maybe even take a deep shot, or we'll see what they do here on offense. But Penn State, another first down in Ball State territory now. Ball 45, 1st and 10. Another handoff. Kevon Lee breaks a few tackles, and he fumbles. However, he got 11 yards again on the pickup. And he was smart enough to recover his own fumble. He's going to come out for a play. I mean, 4 straight runs for almost 50 yards, for God's sakes. I mean, run. Good. I mean, I like to see a strong running game, but when you have depth and you have other running backs, you can also plug in and play and go. Clifford going to fake the give, pump fake a few times, dump it off to Noah Kane near side. And then he's going to break a tackle, get, I don't know, 5 or so on the reception inside the 30. Second down for the first time on this drive, because it's been first down after first down. Play after play after play for the Nittany Lions here on their opening second half drive. Motion man as Kane gets the carry. 2 yards for him, now 3rd down and short. Going to the tight end right now would be nice, because they have not gone to either hardly at all today. Third and 4 officially from the 28. Play clock winding down. You better get it off. Low snap. Clifford controls it and then ends up just throwing it away. Almost caught, though, far side right at the goal line by Theo Johnson. So, or Brenton Strange, 86, the other tight end, sorry. It's Strange, 86, and Johnson, 84. Your two starting tight ends. And they also have Khalil Dinkins, a true freshman from North Allegheny down around Pittsburgh. And Tyler Warren, who's played number 44, but no targets for him either week. But as soon as that fumble happened, even though they recovered it, they can't pick up another first down, and now here comes Jordan Stout for another 45-yard field goal. And this kick going to be wide left, no good. Didn't even have a chance. So after all that, Penn State doesn't get anything on the board. They still lead 24-6 here with 12:02 to play in the third quarter. So the kick felt a little rushed, but I mean, at least, you know, they still have a lead here. At least it's not like, you know, they're trailing or the game's close or nothing like last week. Not yet, at least. And knock on wood, hopefully it doesn't become like that. But and that's for any game, especially today. But, and especially even more so next week and all the other big games that Penn State's going to be in all season long. Yeah, missed field goal to start the second half. So, I mean, the drive was going good for him until Lee fumbled and, you know, he recovered, of course, but then he came out and then they couldn't pick up a first down afterwards. And it's settled for field goal and then he misses it. So, and like I said earlier, I get every once in a while you're going to miss a field goal, but it was from 45. Just says, hey, you made a 45-yarder already today. Why can't you make a second? I don't care what end it's in, where the ball's spotted at, where you're kicking it from. It's still a 45-yard field goal, for God's sake. So, you know, you would think you should be able to still be able to drill it, but no, that didn't have a chance. It was wide left. So, commercial break. Ball State going to get it back. Actually, for the first time here in the second half, but get it back in this game with their two field goals. They trail 24-6 at Penn State.
Also, our Signal app can save you up to 15% on your auto insurance. That's really something. And a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Good girl.
We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum. The new crispy chicken sandwich taco from Taco Bell. Is it a sandwich or a taco? Which side do you want? Try it. Special pricing on the app.
1-4-6. Leading opening minutes of the third quarter. In that first half, Mark, what you make of this Penn State defensive line?
Yeah, the defensive line, really the front seven, the speed, the pursuit have advertised. Here's the pressure set up again, that time by Evan Katie. Forces that throw. There's Evan Katie in the backfield on that pressure. So just hitting well across the face there. That time it's Tangelo. And then everybody joins a part. Zero coming over top. So several coming out of the defensive secondary. That's contagious how hard these guys play. And now they can arguably their best player.
Second and 10 for Ball State. And Ellis Brooks, Ebikadi, Mustapher, and number 54, Derek Tangelo, another transfer from Duke, in on the stop for the Nittany Lions. Good to see Ellis Brooks back out there. Of course, had to sit out the first half because of the targetings from last week at Wisconsin in the second half. So, sit out the first half. He's back in this second half today. Haven't had any calls like that by any means yet. in this game, but complete near side. Daquan Hardy on the stop. And it'll bring up a 4th down, and Ball State's on the punt. So the missed field goal is not going to hurt them by any means. Get a quick 3 and out and get football back. Daquan Hardy's come a long way. I mean, he has. Last year, average at best, but he's sort of solidified himself, it seems like right now, as that, 3rd, maybe 4th cornerback behind both Terry Castro Fields and Joey Porter Jr. Jahan Dotson on the punt return. He doesn't really get anywhere, actually. Brought down at the 15-yard line, so 1st and 10 for Penn State from there at the 15. Notre Dame Toledo highlights. As Toledo is in South Bend right now, taking on Notre Dame. I mean, is it going to be upset Saturday here? Only week 2? Is another, hell, we had how many other top 25 teams go down last week? Toledo did, in fact, take the lead, but Notre Dame just scored. So 32-29 with a minute to play. Thing is, Notre Dame just scored, so Toledo's going to get the ball back. Only need a field goal to tie it before it's overtime. Touchdown wins it. And we already saw Oregon beat Ohio State today. Iowa State in a close one. Hawkeyes just scored. But we'll see what happens here. Penn State did jump from 19 to 11th in the rankings with their win at Wisconsin last week, with as many teams in front of them lost. But like I said last week, the rankings are just the rankings. It's still early on in there. They don't mean much. Iowa deep ball down the middle. 1st down Hawkeyes near midfield.
No more rocket ships. Feel NFL action like never before. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app and get a free shot at $1 million.
If your underwear feels like this,
As with Iowa State, and of course, the Big 12 did approve yesterday. BYU, I don't know why not Boise State for either the Big 12 or the Pac-12, but more so the Big 12. But they did approve BYU, Houston, along with Cincinnati and Central Florida to join the conference in the future. With all this conference realignment and everything, Iowa State would have been that team along with Notre Dame, and I still don't know why Notre Dame hasn't joined the conference, full time. I get the ACC and I get their television deal and all that, but they're just too scared to lose. That's all. That Iowa State, Notre Dame, West Virginia, Cincinnati, those schools for the Big Ten to add on, would make the most sense. I still don't know why, not the big, just the Big Ten in general. I get from Nebraska to New Jersey and everyone in between, but 2nd and 5 for Penn State. Noah King gets 4, be 3rd down and 1, but the thing is with the Big 12, like if they still had Colorado, and they still have Missouri, and then they still have everyone else that they have, minus Texas and Oklahoma because they're leaving, and you add BYU, you add Houston. Okay, I know what I was going to say now about. I still don't get why West Virginia joined the Big 12. To me, it doesn't really still make any sense. But along with who's the other school, as Penn State picks up another first down, Noah Kane for about 7 on 3rd and 1, first down in the lines. Because, Cincinnati, West Virginia, they make sense. Along with Iowa State and Notre Dame for the Big Ten, they would. But then even Iowa State staying in the Big 12 as good as they're getting. I mean, it's going to be them, Oklahoma State, and TCU probably as your top 3 schools. And, Cincinnati's going to be there. We'll see what BYU does. I mean, finally going to leave the independents. We got a false start on Penn State. But Central Florida doesn't make any sense because they're in Florida. When the Big 12, everyone else is in the Midwest. That's why I said, okay, you're going to Ohio now, close for West Virginia to have an opponent nearby. But then you got to get into Indiana and Illinois. And you're already in Iowa. You had Nebraska. Nebraska left for the Big Ten. See, Arkansas, if they would leave the SEC, which I know they would never, because of the money, they'd rather get beat and stay in, the SEC. And say A&M was still there too, or A&M would go back, which they won't now. There's some talk that they were pissed that Texas was going to be joining the SEC, but that's sort of passed by. But and speaking of A&M, they still trail 7-3 against Colorado. Arkansas would make sense to the Big 12. I mean, that's old SWAC. That's, Texas, Arkansas. The SWAC basically became, once the SEC and all these other big conferences became a thing, the Big 12 came into play in the mid-90s. And, if Texas Tech can get good, Baylor, maybe, but Matt Rule's not there anymore. Pass complete, Keandre Lambert-Smith, near side, 1st and 10, Penn State at the 43. I know I said last week, and I'll talk more about it each week if I can get around to it, or just keep an eye out for an upcoming video on all this discussion. But, West Virginia, Cincinnati makes sense for the ACC. Penn State, when they were independent, made sense for the, an East Coast conference at least. And then even, joining the Big Ten, and then before Rutgers and Maryland joined, Penn State was the farthest east Big Ten school out there. And then now Nebraska is the farthest west. 2nd and 10, Clifford going to hand off, and that is Devin Ford. 2 yards for him. It'll be 3rd down. So, really with Penn State here, midway through the 3rd quarter, unless they can, do something here in the second half, it's what did you do in this second half to build on what you did in the first half when everything just stayed the way it was? And now Clifford goes down on the sack. You don't want to get out to a lead, think you have it, and the game's won until the other team comes back and beats you. You want to keep your foot on that gas pedal, okay? I'm not saying, floor it by any means, but just keep tapping it every once in a while. Okay, you got your explosive plays, and hey, once again, they are going to have to give the ball back to Ball State. What do you know? Via punt this time. They missed the field goal in the last drive, so, both drives for Penn State here in the second half. Not so hot. It's all since after that fumble that Kevon Lee did in fact recover, but they still missed the damn field goal. And then on that, a couple first downs, but sack, punt, Ball State's getting the ball back. So, yeah, we'll see how they do here on defense to keep the lead, but I mean, I don't see Ball State by any means coming back and winning this, but still, just you don't want to just continue to hold steady and, you know, think everything's all fine and dandy until it's not. You want to continue to try to improve, because if not, then you're just, you know, standing in one spot. And that's what Penn State's done in the second half. Another touchdown for Iowa. The Hawkeyes pulling away, but I mean, it's still early. Not even halftime for them yet. The game kicked off a little bit later than all these other mid-afternoon kicks at 3:30. Had a 4:30 p.m. Eastern time kick. And a first down for A&M. Still trailed by 4, 7-3. This game is a lot like what Penn State Wisconsin had going last week. Defense showdown. Nobody can score on offense. Or if they do in fact drive and are getting close to scoring, then something happens. You know, whether it's a turnover or a missed kick or a stupid penalty that cost you, whatever the case may be, something along those lines. That's what this game feels like. TCU took the lead over Cal as well, 21-17. So it is early in the season, of course. You see all these non-conference games going on. I mean, you can still think A&M Colorado is a Big 12 showdown, because it technically is, but one left for the SEC and one left for the Pac-12. And Big 12 still out on their own with this alliance that the ACC, the Big 10, and the Pac-12 have. So who honestly knows what the hell college football is going to look like a couple years from now. But still an exciting time, because any football, any college football, any NFL football that's on, that needs watched, is going to get watched. At least by me it is. So, yeah, we'll see how everything plays out over the course of however long it's going to take to get to whatever destination we're going to. But, yeah, this time of the year is just absolutely perfect. It's football season. And enough said, it's football season, so. First and 10, Ball State, 6:03 to play here in the third. They trailed. Same score, 24-6 Penn State. Picked off by Jesse Luketa, and that's a pick six. Touchdown, Penn State. Nice interception. Threw it right to him. He's that D-end linebacker. Linebacker turned D-end, but can still play both. He's played both already today. Strike the gate and win. We'll hit that line and walk the score 5 on the victory at the end. They'll play the rest of that after they kick the extra point, regardless they make it or miss it. Hey, I think that was a one-handed snag for the interception from pick six. So they get a defensive touchdown out of it. And the extra point is, in fact, up and good, so now make that 31-6. And it's a good thing he did move to DN, especially with Adisa Isaac's injury and the depth they have at linebacker. And he can still play both. So that, you know, it's a 2-for-1. It's a win-win situation. And in the meantime, he picks off Drew Plitt, first turnover of the game, and he returns it about 20 yards to the end zone for a touchdown. So it wasn't by any means a James Harrison 100-yard pick six in the Super Bowl. Close out the first half. But, I mean, he had daylight in front of him after he intercepted it, and, you know, he walked in the end zone for 6, and that's end of story. So 31-6 now Penn State. 31-6 Lions over the Ball State Cardinals. As, you know, for the most part, I mean, this game, you know, was over before it even began. But this game's, you know, over with. And I really shouldn't even say that. But, I mean, I guess I still did, because I did, but at the same time, like, there's not much, Ball State's going to be able to do here to come back. Or there's not much, Penn State really has to do. I mean, and I get that's probably why, okay, they're probably just trying to slow it down, take it steady, and get to next week, healthy at least, and because you already have this in the books. And, okay, you scored double what you did last week, but still, when you can score more points, then, well, go score those more points. So like I said, keep your foot on the gas pedal. Just So yeah, we'll see. As I said, what the defense is once again going to be able to do. And I guess that wasn't a good revving the engine noise. Now I look back, hearing myself do that. But yeah, just keep your foot on the gas pedal, rev the engine. Don't do too much. Keep it simple once again. Back to basics. Black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game for Penn State football. But yeah, because I mean, hell, they just picked them off. Touching me, sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. So good. You know what's so good right now? A Penn State lead here in the third quarter, 31-6. Reaching out, touching me. They're still going. Sweet And this is while we just had a kickoff and a touchback, first and 10, Ball State at 25. Good to see 110,000 in Beaver Stadium for a Penn State football game here today. Even with the win, that's honestly probably the best part of the game. Seeing fans back. Two-yard run, Ball State. That was number 20, Donnie Marcus. As Penn State leads here 31-6. Looks like Ball State's putting in some backups here early on in the middle of the third quarter here. Big third down. Get the ball back before the end of the third quarter. Get another score maybe. And then get the backups in for yourself in the fourth quarter maybe. We'll see. Plitt looking to throw. And it's going to be incomplete. Almost picked off by Jair Brown. Good coverage there by Castro Fields. And then thought it was actually going to be a defensive pass interference at first because Fields really didn't turn around. And then he did it last second, and then Jair Brown came in and almost picked him off. And that was also almost another one-handed interception. You catch the ball with two hands. That's why you're playing defensive back. Fourth down and 6, Ball State on the punt. And fair catch signal forward by the New Lions at the 28-yard line. And now here's Penn State unveiling the POW chair I was talking about earlier. in the south end zone in the upper deck, as that seat will remain empty for the foreseeable future, honoring all POWs. I don't know why they hadn't done that sooner or why nobody else does it. Clifford on a quarterback draw down the near sideline. Hold on to it, buddy. Inside the 30-yard line he goes. First down, Penn State. Big first down run for Clifford. That goes for, what, 20, good 45, almost 50 yards, I'd say. On a quarterback draw. So stat-wise, yeah, because of that play, he's going to be up there in rushing yards now. Hell, he might even need to lead the team. I mean, Kevon Lee had, almost 50 on that opening second half drive, but really haven't seen him since. 1st and 10, blue and white. Clifford looking to throw, dumps it off, and a little too high, incomplete, intended for Noah Kane. 2nd down. Now we've got a flag on the play. Notre Dame does, in fact, hold on to win 32-29 over Toledo. Personal foul, roughing the passer on Ball State. It's going to be an automatic first down. Can't really hear the referees. Their mic's not working today. I guess give a call, depending on who you're rooting for. I mean, these referee microphones are probably turned down as quiet as they can get them, so they don't want anybody hearing, oh yeah, we'll just call this or call that, just for the hell of it, like they did Thursday on play or two. From the 15, 1st and 10, handoff, and Devin, built Ford tough, gets only about 3. Stafford, Virginia native, gets a medium pickup. 4 officially. It'll be 2nd and 6 now for Penn State. Penn State out of the gun from the 11. Clifford quarterback draw. Going to go down on the sack. Be 3rd and 9. So, yeah, just as and Clifford, get your ass up. Okay. Thought he was hurt there for a second. Because behind Sean Clifford, Penn State really doesn't have much depth at quarterback. They got a true freshman at number 9 from the Great White North, and Christian Veyu, and then also number 2, Taquan Roberson. 3rd and 9 for Penn State. Empty set, 5 wide. Watch. Here comes probably another quarterback draw, for God's sakes. Go to the damn tight end over the middle of the field. Or flip it on, to Parker Washington, who's in motion. They're going to dump it off to Washington. He's not going to get the first down, though. Jesus Christ. Got 4, maybe 5 yards. He's going to be 4th and short. Kick the damn field goal. 34-6 if he makes it. Stout's already missed one, though, for 45. He's already made one for 45, though, too. Clifford might be done after that, because he did take a big shot there. I didn't think he was getting up there for a second. So we'll see who comes in at number 2 quarterback. But at the half, at Iowa State, they lead by 4, 14-10. Here's a 26-yard field goal from Jordan Stout to make it 34-6 Penn State. As the Suns about to set right here in Happy Valley, kicks up and good. So when the sun does go down, Penn State's going to have a win over Ball State today. They lead 34-6 right now. I mean, honestly, yeah, why the hell not? Put some backups in. I mean, you got Auburn coming in next week. Rest up everybody that's already played. you have enough depth to do it. So why the hell not? Get some experience for some guys. Just get to the end of the game healthy, and get to next week healthy, practice-wise next week as well, and go from there. And good one with Penn State and Auburn next Saturday night on ABC. So I honestly think Clifford's going to be done. He's going over the quarterbacks. There's Vayu and Roberson on the sideline. And he's talking about what just happened. You don't want him to get banged up, because if he does, they're screwed at quarterback. Unless whoever put in the backup shows out, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Not yet, at least. Touchback on the kick. 1st and 10, Ball State from 25. It's 34-6. The Lions. Yeah.
That's a quarterback job, just to twist back inside. Those guys rally into the ball. Nothing malicious there. Christian Hall right. Lions guy comes back over the top of his feet. That's a great job wrapping up. Nothing we do there. He got stuck.
You can see Franklin asking Clifford, is he all right? You all right? Yeah, he's fine, but do you put him back in? They probably will, but they shouldn't. I mean, it's just going to depend on if they get the ball back here at the end of the third quarter or not. There's only 1:48 to play in this third. So by the time they do get the ball back, it's going to be the fourth quarter. So, yeah, whoever your quarterback 2 is, throw him in, whether it be Vayu or Roberson, and go from there and, have them show out, hopefully at least. A couple passes from Plitt. Another first down for Ball State, it looks like. Clifford's on the bike now, trying to stay loose. I mean, you're already up 34-6. You don't need to be putting it back in. 2nd and 6. He's already, played late in games how many times in his career. He knows how the games go. So, incomplete. Penalty flag comes in. They're going to get Kalen King, number 4, on a PI again, it looks like, just like they did last week. Actually, it's a hold on Ball State. I take that back. Holding on Ball State. 10 yards, they'll replay second down, second long. Second and 16 for Ball State. Pass complete. Porter Jr. on the stop. Ball State wants a late hit out of bounds. Ain't going to get it. Good no call. I mean, he tackled him. And there's Joey Porter in the stands again. Right here in Happy Valley. Never think I'd see him wear a Penn State jersey. Former Steeler. And Cardinal and Dolphin, but more so not a Pittsburgh Steeler. Now Joey Porter Jr. donning the blue and white. But he tackled him right there, going out of bounds, and then the receiver, the running back, actually just continued to go into the sideline and wanted a late hit out of bounds call. Yeah, no, you're not going to get that, buddy. 3rd and 13. Plitt looking to throw. It's going to be picked off at the 40 by Daquan Hardy, another Pittsburgh product from Penn Hills. And Penn State will get the ball back here before the third quarter ends with 31 seconds to play. So 2 interceptions now in the third quarter by the Penn State defense. We are Penn State. Like I said just a little bit ago, he's really progressed. He's come a long way. Daquan Hardy has. He has. And, it's shown. He's getting more playing time. He's making more plays, and he's helping out the Penn State defense. Daquan Hardy on the pick, and number 7, Jalen Reed, was also in on the coverage. So good to see him out there. Thing is, still with freshmen, even with the eligibility, the free year from last year, basically, Clifford overthrows Lambert Smith, incomplete. Don't tell me that they're going to give the ball back to Ball State and not even run 31 seconds off the clock before the end of the third quarter. If they're going to pass here, and it's going to be incomplete every time. But you can still playing up to 4 games in redshirt. So second game of the year, get some playing time in, get some experience, and it works itself out in the end. 2nd and 10 from the 40, following the interception and then the incompletion. Clifford now going to fake the give over the middle. It's caught by Parker Washington. He gets out past midfield, first down Penn State. We'll see if they run another play or not. Probably not, but you never know. And then since everybody that's on this drive started this drive, yeah, they'll probably continue to stay in until the drive's over with, whether it ends with points or not. And then they'll sub in players after that. Actually, end of the third quarter now, so they don't get a snap off here. And Penn State, not necessarily back in black, I mean, maybe back in the black and blue. I mean, it's slobber knocker with Ball State right now. I mean, 2 field goals for the Cardinals, and that's it. But Penn State needs to, here, fourth quarter compared to the third quarter, step it up just a little bit more, because first half, I mean, at least on that first drive, first 2 drives, 14-0. They looked, once again, I get they're playing Ball State, but they looked a little unsolvable. Everything was going right. And then, okay, 24-6 at the half. It's now 34-6 at the end of 3 here. Okay, 2 field goals and a missed as well, so really 37-6. No turnovers for the blue and white. Do have 2 interceptions on defense, though, from Ball State. But third quarter, first 2 drives. I get, okay, they're trying to get some momentum built up, trying to not necessarily run away with it, but just hold it tight and, still pick up the win, because you're going to win. But how they had 50 yards rushing, and then they fumbled, recovered it, but then they threw 3 incomplete passes, didn't convert, missed a field goal, and then the next drive ended up punting, and then of course another field goal, and they just got the ball back with an interception to close out the third. So they'll have it begin the fourth, go into the north end zone, and we'll see if they can put more points on the board here, and when, because I don't think it's a question on if they will. I mean, we're already seeing, some backups getting in right now. But when, say, with Clifford, especially getting banged up there a little bit ago, and then at running back with, Noah Kane and Kevon Lee being your top 2, and then it's Devin Ford, all right, he's getting back in there. But then we still haven't seen John Lovett or Keziah Holmes at all this season. We saw Holmes a little bit last year. But Penn Staters don't know what John Lovett's got by any means, because he's a transfer from Baylor and has not played a down for Penn State yet in his collegiate career. Meantime, Texas A&M just scored. However, there's a flag on the play. So that was to take the lead. So I think the penalties after the play. So yes, still a touchdown, and then the 15 yards tacked on kickoff. So Texas A&M takes the lead over Colorado. And he fumbled right at the goal line. Did they recover in the end zone, or was he down? Right now it's a touchdown. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But, yeah, it's 7-3, 9-7, 10-7. Texas A&M over Colorado, depending on what the outcome will be of that. Cal, fourth quarter on the road, they lead by 5, 26-21 at TCU. 14-10 Iowa at the half at Iowa State, and then here are just about to begin the fourth quarter right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium with Penn State leading 34-6 over Ball State. Didn't even get to hear the Blue Band at all last year either, with no fans in the stands. Of course, they had the cardboard cutouts in the student section, but still not the same. Now, 110,000 back. I mean, I'd like to see what the attendance was today. 100,000 plus, I know that, but whether it's 100,000, 100,000, they'll say 105 or 106, something probably. Lucky if 107. But when you're getting that numbers for Ball State, I mean, yeah, just wait till next week. They might break the attendance record with Auburn. As the attendance record stood for a good 15 years, from 02 to 17 with Nebraska until Michigan, and then 17, 18 to 19 has been broken every year since. And of course last year no fans, so I mean they had a few for a few games with friends and family of coaches and players, like I said, but no sellouts, no jam-packed Beaver Stadium. But now everything feels right with Penn State football and Pittsburgh Steelers football for myself, being a Penn State Steelers fan, seeing both Beaver Stadium and Heinz Field jam-packed to the brim, sold out with blue and white, black and gold on. First down run by Noah Kane, so he's still in the ball game, tailback. Clifford's still in at quarterback, 13:40 to play. See if they can put 40, maybe 50 on them if they get the chance to. Well, I mean, really, if they had that field goal from earlier, okay, get it to 43-44 and then score again, you get the 50 then, but that missed field goal is going to come back and bite them if they score here, and then they can't get the 50. But, I mean, what was the spread? 22? Okay, they're fine right now. You have them in that regard, but, yeah, it'd be nice to see them score again here. We'll see. 2nd and 8. Tyler Warren, the tight end in motion. The tight end is non-existent in this offense so far. Noah Kane to the 11 for 3 or so, I'd say, yeah. 3rd down. 3rd and 5. Yeah. 3rd and 5 for Penn State. Clifford looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Run. Let's go. Gets a first down, 5.5. First down, Penn State. Good decision to switch which hand, arm you had the ball in when you decided to run, not carrying a Lake Loaf bread. And of course, it got fumbled, well, goes out of bounds. So, yeah. 1st and goal, Penn State, knocking on the door. Looking to enter the end zone for another time here this afternoon. Clifford going to hand off. That's a face mask. Noah Kane got a yard or so if he was lucky. That's a damn face mask. There's a damn penalty. Second and goal. Noah Kane motions out, top of your screen, empty set 5 wide from the 4. Parker Washington now in motion as well. Clifford looking to throw. Slant over the middle, hit him. Hit him. God damn it, throw the damn ball. He had him open, and then he throws it in the crowd. If he's open, throw him the football. Don't wait, because eventually, well, the defense is going to recover and he's going to be covered then. Third and goal from the 4. Parker Washington in motion again. Clifford going to hand off. Noah Kane, he's going to lose a yard back to the 5, and they're going to have to settle for a damn field goal. Jesus. Good defense, though, by Ball State. I mean, they're holding Penn State out of the end zone, making them settle for another damn field goal. You can't settle for field goals. I don't care who the hell you're playing. You know better. I don't care if it's a learning situation like this or not with a lead. Kick it rather than go for it and not get anything. Here comes Jordan Stout again. I don't know what's up with Jake Pinniger. I don't. But he's not kicking for Penn State right now. Jordan Stout from 22 yards out, a chip shot, basic and extra point. Kick's going to be up and good and make that 37-6, which is what it should have been minus the other missed field goal he had. So it really should be 40-6 right now, but I mean, I'm not saying it's a damn near perfect game, but I mean, other than a missed field goal and at least in the second half being stopped there a few times on defense by Ball State, forcing field goals. And I mean, the run game's there, but then it's the play calling. It's sort of wish-washy, I guess, even though they're trying to stay as basic and consistent as they possibly can. I mean, it's not fancy like Applebee's by any means, but you know, Penn State looking on offense at least 10 times better than they did last week. And credit, I get they're playing Ball State, not Wisconsin, but in both games, they are still going to end up winning. So, like I said again, next tough test is going to be Auburn next Saturday. And then Villanova comes in out of the FCS in 2 weeks. So, the run game could still even be more consistent, no doubt. It all starts up front, though. You got to be able to block the run, open up play action. I mean, Clifford, yeah, he's gotten hit a few times. I mean, I would think, definitely going to see backups now. I mean, that place probably about to empty out. Everybody probably hitting the doors to beat traffic. But like I said, not saying damn near perfect game by any means, but really, I mean, scoreboard-wise, stats, they just missed a field goal. It should be 40-6, not 37-6. I'm not going to argue over 3 points, but when 9 times out of 10, just look at Thursday night. Cowboys, they don't miss those 2 field goals and extra point. They beat the Buccaneers on the road. So I don't care what level, what game it is. You always got to rely on special teams because you never know when you're going to need those points, because it very well could decide whether you win or lose. Yeah. I guess that's really all I'm thinking right now, but they need to go to the tight end more on offense. They need not necessarily take more deep shots. I mean, they really didn't take a whole lot today. Probably saving them for next week, actually. But defense still another 2 interception day. So they're +4 in turnovers right now. at least in interceptions, and they also got a fumble last week, so +5 from Wisconsin. Yeah, so +5 in the turnover category, because I don't think they turned it over at all last week. They might have. Let's go back and look. But he does know, let me know. But, whatchamacallit, say. I know damn well they haven't turned it over today yet, by any means, so... You know, when you're able to run the football, rely on your defense to make stops and good special teams play, you're not turning the ball over, and you're not committing any stupid penalties, then yeah, you're definitely probably going to win. So we'll see how this final 10 minutes plays out, and then get to next week with Auburn, which is going to be a damn good game. Going to be as good, if not better, than what Penn State had last week with Wisconsin. I can guarantee you that. 1st and 10, Ball State from the 25. No gain on the play, as Penn State here on defense. You got Kalen King playing cornerback, Jalen Reed at safety. There's 99, Josiah Izzard at D tackle. Good to see Kobe King out there as well, number 41 at backer. Split over the middle, complete, and then brought down by Rudolph. Him and Daquan Hardy on the coverage.
Penn State has done a great job on him. Good conversion there by Ball State. This is Ball State's starting offense against Penn State's second string really right here.
Got a whistle. I think everybody was set. Or that's the officials or Ball State with a timeout. Are you serious? They're going to check for targeting on that again? Come on. And it would be on Tyler Rudolph if anything. So Penn State very well could lose another defender for the first half of next week's game because of a targeting here in the fourth quarter again for the second week. Yeah, you better think about that one, because last week's was questionable. That's like hitting the shoulder pad, so that's... No, that's not targeting. There's no way in hell that's targeting.
Yeah, the first thing that you'll want is you have to look at the defender. Does he lower his head?
He did lower his head, but he hit him in the damn shoulder pad, not helmet-to-helmet contact. Helmet-to-helmet contact is targeting. The crown of the helmet is targeting if you hit him head on. He did not hit him head on in the helmet, in the head. He hit him in the shoulder pad. That is not targeting.
But again, replay stop the game. They're going to look at that. They're going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, and it better be the right decision with no targeting, because that's not targeting. That's the thing with this targeting rule. It's just hogwash. It is.
It is an indicator when you don't see the arms coming through the wrap.
Oh, they're going to say targeting. Are you serious? That's just pathetic. And now for the second consecutive week, Penn State's had a defender thrown out in the fourth quarter because of a targeting foul. No, there's no way in hell that's targeting. So, I mean, Jalen Reed's already in the ball game with Rudolph. We'll see if Marquise Wilson goes back out. I mean, even Keaton Ellis from State College, who switched from corner to safety. Fumble. Ball State recovers. Kobe King then on the tackle. Good for him. True freshman linebacker, along with his brother, Kalen King. both from Detroit. Penn State's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, first ever set of twin brothers on defense in Penn State history. Could be wrong, don't mark my words on that, but 95% sure. I don't think Penn State's ever had a set of twins, at least on defense. Maybe on offense, maybe vice versa for one. I know I'm thinking of a couple players from the past, but also good to see number 92 at D tackle, or on the defensive line, excuse me, at D end from New York City. About to kick Ball State's offensive line. Pass near side, incomplete. Good coverage by King. And then a late penalty flag. That's bullshit. That's not a pass interference again. Come on. No. No, and you know it. Come on. You're just trying to keep this game interesting right now is all you're trying to damn do. And it's already a 31-point lead. These refs must have money on this game for Penn State not to cover. But 92 Smith Vilbert out there on D-line as well, D end. Kalen's getting more time than Kobe is, but they're both out there together right now, so we'll see what they can do. I believe Zariah Fisher, 36, also at D end right now from Aliquippa. He almost gets to the quarterback, and then it's batted down in the end zone, incomplete. Jalen Reed, and really haven't said A.J. Litton's name today by any means. He's more of a special teams gunner, but yeah, good defense coverage there by Penn State. I mean, maybe we'll see Johnny Dixon, the transfer from South Carolina. Haven't seen him at all yet for Penn State in either game. First down, Ball State at the 5, 7:20 to play. I mean, maybe put Jonathan Sutherland back in just for experience. But when you're trying to get some of your younger guys' experience, then no, they're not going to play. Pass going to be dropped, incomplete. There, speaking of the devil, Johnny Dixon on the coverage on that, number 3. And yeah, incomplete, 4th and 1. I was going to say also Enzo Jennings, who I believe is also from the state of Michigan, as both the King twins are from the Detroit area. So, incomplete, 4th and a yard for Ball State. And they're going to go for it from the 5-yard line. And they say 105,000 for the attendance. Ball State's trying to go 3 for 3 on 4th down here today. They do just that, and they walk into the end zone, touchdown Ball State. Now what's Penn State going to do on offense when they get the ball back? Because you're sitting at what? 37-12? You still luck out if they go for 2 and get it. If everything else goes away, it does the rest of the game. And this stays pat. Now, Ball State scores again, field goal, touchdown for anybody. Well, we'll call up SVP for a bad beat, but touchdown Ball State. They cut it to 37-13. So Penn State as a team now, back-to-back weeks, 10, 13 points with 6 minutes to play here. So, I mean, averaged out, 11.5 points basically, which you're only giving up 10 points a game, and you're scoring 16 and then 37, and we'll see what they do next week with Auburn putting up points, 60 plus each game, and then Villanova should be just walk on by, and then Indiana and Iowa. Indiana comes here, and then Penn State has to go to Iowa, and then they get a bye week before Illinois and Ohio State close out October. So, as long as you're averaging more points on offense than what you're giving up on defense, you should be winning. But it doesn't always go to plan. But we'll see who's in at quarterback, who's in at running back, who's in at every position for Penn State on offense when we return, because damn well there's going to be some backups in, because there are some backups in on defense on that last drive, and then they gave up a touchdown. So, yeah, we'll see how good Penn State is depth-wise at all these positions. If something would happen and somebody would have to, come in and play. But, I mean, they're going to hold on and win. Penn State's going to get the 2-0 here. Auburn's at 2-0. Going to have top 25, maybe top 20 showdown next week. Once again with Penn State and their animal opponent with the Badgers, Cardinals, and now Tigers next week. And then the Wildcats of Villanova before a Hoosier and then a Hawkeye. So it's like, what do you want for supper? Well, Badger, Cardinal. Yeah. I'll take a... Oh, shut up. So, you get what I'm thinking, what I was just about to say. So, no, I mean, you could go local, where this COVID virus came from, restaurant to eat that type of food if you wish. But, no, all jokes aside, once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. I'll digress there. So, yeah, Penn State going to win here, but game's not over just yet. I mean, I honestly would like to see who the hell the backup quarterback is, and whoever it is, how they will play in garbage time. Penn State on the return. That was Devin Ford. Out around the 20-yard line. So 1st and 10 Nittany Lions from there when we return.
A different kind of card that rewards Rashida where her spending is trending. Just ask overly confident DIY Rashida.
Wait, is this terrible?
Or last-minute gift shopping, Rashida?
I'm putting a bow on it.
Even sneaking away for a vacay, Rashida?
It's okay?
From home improvement, drugstores, select travel, and more. Earn 5% cash back that automatically adjusts to your top eligible spend category, up to $500 spent each billing cycle.
Attention foodies. With this fusion of prime rib steak, melted provolone, and other magical melting stuff, Arby's is now officially a fusion restaurant. Chef Smooch, Arby's, we have the meat.
Starbucks Triple Shot Energy. What gives you energy?
Looks like Taquan Roberson going to be coming in at quarterback for Penn State, number 2, the New Jersey native who, in Penn State's last home game with actual fans, it was November the 30th, 2019 against Rutgers. Roberson also got some garbage time in that win over the Scarlet Knights. And then all last year, it was Sean Clifford. Of course, Penn State lost a few players to the transfer portal. Of course, gained some as well, but none of the quarterback position. Recruiting-wise, yeah, in that regard, for every position, Penn State doing extremely well, but not for this year at least. For potential replacement for Sean Clifford right now. But yeah, it looks like number 2, Taquan Roberson, going to be coming in at quarterback for the blue and white. As right now, Texas A&M leads Colorado. Iowa still leads Iowa State, and we're back to Ball State, Penn State. It is Taquan Roberson, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 20. Handoff, 26, Keziah Holmes. So now let's see how these backups do. Three yards for Holmes. It'll be 2nd and 7. Roberson looking to throw over the middle behind Parker Washington. Incomplete. 3rd down and 7. Third and 7 out of the gun. Roberson looking to throw. Going to step up and take a sack. So 4th down. Penn State on to punt. So other than, the missed field goal and then giving up the late touchdown because you had, backups in, Penn State played well today. So really, 40-6, 40-13, 37-13 is what's that. Jordan Stout, your go-to kicker and punter. As he gets that punt up and away. Fair catch at the 42. It'll be Ball State ball, 1st and 10.
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
Dad, I am.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched all the
No,
numbers.
I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Online, honey, no.
Iowa State fumble. Iowa Hawkeye scoop and score, touchdown Hawks.
For a test drive and purchase.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
And it will be a touchdown.
Crispy, juicy, tender chicken.
Okay.
Which gives you the perfect ratio of chicken sandwich in every bite. Chicken sandwich.
Welcome to All-State.
Running back just got it knocked loose, and then Iowa picked it up and 5 yards in the end zone touchdown.
Decisions like that, probably hurt everyone. Now get me lower all the way to All-State.
to the wrong used car site.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on this used car again.
All right, kids. Coast is clear. Wait for me.
Shop millions of great deals, all with free Carfax support. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
You'll love the neighborhood. Everyone here is so
Oh, hi, I'm incredible. If you need any help, just let me know. Babysitting, borrowing clothes, finding a great rate on your mortgage.
You wear clothes?
Uh-oh.
It's either credible or it's not.
Penn State defense, Mark, they have been back at it again today. So impressive in week 1 against Wisconsin, and they haven't let up today either.
Yeah, just got a great job inside, stopping the run, and the Ball State beat it, consistently running the football, and then it turns into the Lucetta shoulder, a one-hand grab, hit and score. There's 25 big ball, Hardy going up and giving it 1 of 2 turnovers, 6 tackles for loss on the day. They're probably very happy. We don't want to happen with that late touchdown.
Ball State run. Jamari Budden on the stop, number 42.
Hall has 16 of those, I think, on the day.
2nd and 8 from the 44. And a completion for about a yard or so, if that. 3rd down, so Penn State make a stop here and you get the football back again. But with the way they went 3 and out with Taquan Roberson at quarterback, they're not going to be doing much with him.
No doubt, and they can press and take away guys and do a tremendous job. It's arguably the best receiver collections that we've just done.
3rd and 7, Ball State pass incomplete. Dixon on the coverage. Lucky he didn't get a PI called on him. He didn't even turn around. But 4th down. Fourth and 7 over the middle. It's caught, but not enough for a 1st down, so turnover on downs. Dixon and King, Kobe King on the coverage, on the stop. Penn State 1st down. Maybe we'll get Christian Veyu in at quarterback now, just for the hell of it, because he's a true freshman. Still playing up to 4 games in redshirt. Give him some experience.
Johnny Dixon 3 finishes the job. Really good decisions. A lot of those incompletions were throwaways.
But no, it'll still be number 2, Taquan Roberson, who used to wear the number 9. Switched to 2. He's going to hand off. And that's Keziah Holmes for 9 yards. 2nd and short. Second and 1. Another handoff. And Devin Ford for 5. 1st down, Penn State. Ball at the 36. Why don't you take a deep shot here to take on Roberson? 1st and 10. No, another run. I mean, run the clock out. Devin Ford, first down run for him, 11 yards. So stat book wise, I mean, these numbers are going to start to pile up now with everyone who's touched the ball and done something today. I'd like to see Roberson throw. I mean, he did throw that one to Washington, but it was behind and incomplete. So he's 0 for 1, but
Roberson, this is just his third career game. He's attempted just one pass. Few opportunities.
let's see what he's got just in case. Another handoff, another first down run for Penn State. 2:52 to play. Penn State's going to win here, 37-13, unless they score again, which, if they get close to scoring, they'll just end up taking a knee anyway, so it's going to be your final score. And neither team's going to call another timeout here in this second half, which that's hard to believe. But really, at that same time, just like Penn State didn't have to call any timeouts in the second half last week. You do what needs done. You don't have to worry about shit. You don't have to worry about, when it's coming down to the wire, because you already have everything accomplished. Roberson looking to throw, rolling out, going to go deep in the end zone. Has a man, Theo Johnson, touchdown Penn State. Simple play action to the tight end. As Penn State will lead themselves to victory. 43-13 right now. Make it 44 here, hopefully. And then to think, too, okay, missed field goal, it's 47-13. Because you always want to think about shit they didn't do. Or shit they did do and just went wrong. I said earlier, I mean, not a near perfect game by any means, but scoreboard-wise, they only missed a field goal. And if only in the second half, credit to Ball State's defense, though, early third quarter. Those first few drives from the knee lines coming out of halftime, up 24-6. Okay, 20 points since then. Pretty balanced, pretty even from start to finish, I guess you could say. 44 points and a win at home after 16 last week. So, what, you're averaging 30 a game now and only giving up 10? So, like I said earlier, as long as you're averaging, more than you're giving up, for the most part, you should win. But that's why they play the games, because they don't go off of average scores. They go off by what actually did happen in the game. You can see Theo Johnson and a tight end get involved, and they go to him for a touchdown. So it was wide open. And good for Taquan Roberson to get some action here late and throw a passing touchdown to extend the lead. But that'll probably be the last time Penn State's on offense today, unless they get it back and then just take a knee. Because, say, if as they preview Penn State's upcoming schedule, they got a tough road schedule, as I said last week. At Wisconsin, at Iowa, at Ohio State. At Michigan State, too, is looking pretty tough, especially the way the Spartans are playing. And then Auburn comes in next week, too. Along with Indiana. Illinois, I said last week, even 2 straight losses now after beating Nebraska a couple weeks ago with 0. They're really the 4th best team in the West, if you ask me. Tied with Lake Northwestern right now. Because really in the West, it's Wisconsin and Iowa. Iowa and Wisconsin, whatever order you want to put them in. And the East, it's really, if Ohio State's going to look the way they did today all season long, still Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State. Rutgers is 2-0 for God's sakes. Still early though. There's a lot of football left to be played. So, as I said earlier, talking with a few people after last week, after Ohio State defeated Minnesota, that hey, and we all agreed, like I said earlier, that if they would have been playing a better team, they would have lost. Well, they played that better team today in Oregon, and they didn't lose. So, yeah, we'll see how everything plays out, because that's why they play the games. You know, we can talk and predict all this, you know, all we want. But until the game's played, until whatever the hell happens, it is what it is, then, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. So, 7 p.m. Eastern time here. Well, the late kicks begin momentarily, but, you know, Penn State can still build off of this. I mean, for, you know, some of the backups, they look like if they need to play, okay, I feel all right, feel more comfortable now seeing them play live game. And then there's still a few, well, that's why they're backups. That's why they're not playing. Big hit there by Budden again. But a second down and short after completion for Ball State. But still got to be, even if they're going to run committee at running back, still have not seen John Lovett. I don't know why. Still no Jake Pinniger at kicker. It's Jordan Stout pulling double duty at kicker and punter. Penn State's defense, yeah, still made stops, still held down the fort. Quiet day, though, compared to how it was last week. You know, credit, okay, you played Wisconsin last week, playing Ball State today. No offense to either, but, like, when you win by more than 6 points, as you should against a Ball State team, hopefully not giving up another touchdown. 7 seconds, 6 seconds to play. They got 3 timeouts now inside the 10. They'll have one more play. Don't tell me they're going to kick a field goal just to piss people off. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had the 22 or not for this, but they'll run a play. Just hopefully they don't let them in the end zone and score. Keep it at 44-13. But yeah, more consistent run game for Penn State. Whether, you know, because it is Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, Devin Ford in that early quarter. And then still no John Lovett, but then Kazai Holmes played a little bit here as of late. Penn State's win streak will continue. They'll go to 6 in a row. Ball State's will end at 8. So that snapped. This is Ohio State's 23-game home win streak. Was snapped earlier against Oregon. We'll see how far they drop. Oregon's going to be in front of them. And Oregon's probably going to be in front of Penn State now in the top 25 come tomorrow because of the road win. Penn State should move up, though, you would think, a little bit, though, too, especially with this Iowa State game with somebody going to lose. Looks like it's Cyclones, but we'll see how it plays out. Offside by Penn State. Free play for Ball State. And it's going to be a little too high, incomplete, back at the end zone. So it was an offside, but then a false start because of the offside. They let the play go. It's going to be a 5-yard offside. And this will be the final play of the game now, 2 seconds left. 1st and 10 for Ball State. And Franklin arguing for some reason with the referees. I don't know why. But we'll make it 1st and 5, not 1st and 10. So final play of the game, 2 seconds to play. Penn State leads 44-13. Ball State going to call another timeout. So this is just if they can score or not. See if Penn State's defense can hold them with backups. And if they can, well, that's a good sign. If not, even after giving up especially after giving up a touchdown on Ball State's last drive and this to close the game out too, you know, leaving a sour taste in your mouth leading into next week, well then, yeah, there's a little sign for concern, I would say. But Iowa with another interception. Iowa's defense coming alive with a couple picks, a fumble, which was a scoop and score for a touchdown. Hawkeyes looking good. They look like they're going to be the team to beat in the West. And then it's going to be, especially with Ohio State losing earlier, an open door with pass is going to be incomplete. Penn State wins it. Clock hits 0-0. New lines 44. Cardinals 13. Post-game handshake with a potential James Franklin post-game interview here on the field as well. But the blue and white get to 2-0. And we'll see if they crack the top 10 tomorrow before a top 25, potential top 20 Auburn team rolls into Happy Valley next Saturday night. Okay, so they take us back to the studio. You know what game we're going to put on here 10 after 7? We're either going to turn on ABC or we're going to turn on ESPN, I think.
Very little. I think they're going to have a huge chip on their shoulder. I know watching that tape all week.
Nebraska's going to win over Buffalo. We'll keep Iowa State on in front of us. 24-10 Hawkeyes nearing the end of the third quarter. And yeah, we'll turn on ESPN here. And then also, how about App State Miami over here? And then the team, as Penn State defeated Ball State today, the team, the Nittany Lions, defeated last week in Wisconsin as they preview the Badgers' next game coming up next. They host Eastern Michigan. In the meantime, we're going to get on down to Arkansas here finally, as the Hogs and the Horns are underway. Texas and Arkansas. Hogs came back and beat Rice. Texas beat the University of Louisiana last Saturday as well at home. So now we got, before we sign off for the night, following Penn State's once again 44-13 victory over Ball State to get to 2-0, we'll have App State Miami as they just kicked off from South Beach before the Dolphins and Patriots do battle tomorrow. Still got Iowa State end of third quarter with the Hawkeyes leading by 2 scores. Battle of the Cy-Hawk Trophy. And now Texas and Arkansas. Would love to see the Hogs pick up the win, but I don't think Steve Sarkisian, especially with what Alabama did at Arkansas last year when he was the offense coordinator at Bama, now the head coach at Texas, I don't think he's going to let that happen. Should be a good game, though. They haven't played in quite some time, and like I said, it's a rivalry renewed of former SWAC opponents and future SEC opponents, with Texas and Oklahoma going to be joining SEC in near time. But yeah, some of these late kicks kick off. We'll now recap everything, at least that was going strong, while we recapped at halftime some stats and scores earlier. So what do we got? Penn State wins. Oregon won earlier, as mentioned. Auburn put up 62 again this week. So, I mean, that has to speak for something. And Penn State, honestly, defensively, should be a bit concerned. Hopefully they can stand up and hold down the fort like they did last week on the road at Wisconsin. With a whiteout primetime game this time next Saturday night right here in Happy Valley with Auburn and Penn State. So, I mean, Like I said, Penn State averaging, 30 points a game, only giving up 10, but Auburn's put up 60 plus. I don't care Akron, Alabama State or not, they're still scoring 60 a game. That has to speak for something. So hopefully they can make some stops next week and defeat Auburn, who they have not defeated since the mid 90s during bowl season. Last time they met was after the 02 season and the 2003 January 1 Citrus Bowl down in Orlando. They lost by 4, 13-9, Larry Johnson's final game for drafting first round following April by the Kansas City Chiefs in the NFL draft. However, we'll get to next week, when we get to next week. As I was saying a little bit ago, too, right as Penn State and Ball State finished up, as once again, App State, Miami, Iowa State, and Texas, Arkansas, as we were also watching Cal and TCU ended up coming back and winning by 2, 34-32, as Notre Dame held on at home as well, won by 3, 32-29. But with the Big Ten, the West, it's really Iowa and Wisconsin. Okay, and I mean, you could really look at, even with Northwestern losing last week to Michigan State, still throw their hat in the mix. And then really Minnesota, it's like a 4 or 5 way tie for third, fourth place. Purdue's probably still going to be bottom feeder at the bottom 7th place in the Big Ten West, just because Jeff Brom really hasn't been able to get that program on track. I mean, a few big wins here and there, but nothing consistently, nothing like Joe Tiller. Regardless if he had Drew Brees or Kyle Orton quarterback, hell, even Curtis Painter for that matter, before Tiller retired and passed away, of course, a few years ago. But it's Iowa and Wisconsin, and then it's like a 3-4 way tie for third, fourth place. You got Northwestern, you got Illinois, you got Nebraska, and you got Minnesota, followed by Purdue. But then in the East, especially with Ohio State losing today, and now I get that's out of conference, and it's not going to count standing-wise when these head-to-head games are going to be played, when they're played throughout the remaining part of the season. But the way Michigan State's playing right now, 2-0, at least putting up some points. Big road win, I thought, was a little surprising, but still a win against Northwestern last Friday. And then, they beat Youngstown State pretty handily today, too, but they're still scoring points. We'll see how their schedule shakes out. I honestly don't know. We could actually check on that, to be honest with you. Well, speaking of the devil, this Miami Hurricane team that's hosting App State right now, Michigan State will go to Miami next Saturday. So that should be a good game at noon next Saturday. And then they get into Big Ten Conference play. But it's really even with Rutgers at 2-0. Maryland's still got to play tonight. They beat West Virginia last Saturday during week 1, beating the Mountaineers by 6. West Virginia, this is now, are winning and will win over Long Island, last I checked. Indiana sort of with their horrible loss on the road at Iowa, as Iowa's going to beat Iowa State here, it looks like. Indiana just got beat last week. We'll see what they do in the weeks to come, but, I said it seems to me that Indiana's back to being Indiana and Indiana football, just as they've been the past, how many years. But we'll see how it all plays out, of course. And then you still got to worry about Michigan. Okay, but it's really, with Ohio State losing, open the door for Penn State, Michigan, and Michigan State even more, even though we already knew, okay, if Ohio State would go down, big if, now they do, who would be that team behind, say, Penn State, Michigan, Michigan State? Well, it's even more clear now, even with, a lot of conference games to be played, that Ohio State, they don't look as good as, on paper, they're put out to be. And that's more so, I think, a lot this year than in years past. You probably got to go back a decade to 2011 last time. And, they still looked all right. They just didn't do enough to win today. They had damn penalties, which cost them. Ohio State, I don't even know who the hell they play next. We'll check on the Buckeyes now as well. They play Tulsa, who went to Oklahoma State and lost by 5. So they'll give Ohio State a run for their money in the first half, but they'll end up losing. Now, if Ohio State loses to Tulsa next week, after Tulsa, we'll go to Oklahoma State and Ohio State back-to-back weeks, and they almost beat the Cowboys and potentially the Buckeyes next week. Well, there's a very big sign for concern. And then it's Akron for Ohio State before they get into Big Ten play. Really, I mean, they lose today. The next time they very well could lose, end of October, Indiana and Penn State in back-to-back weeks. I'm not saying they will, even though, of course, I'd like Penn State to beat Ohio State, but we'll get to that game when we get there. That's a whole another month and a half away. You know, take care of business first. Rest will, sort itself out. One game at a time. It was one game at a time today for Penn State. They win 44-13. Got some final stats and scores now here for you. And then we'll check in on some other scores here as well. Iowa making it now 27-10, yes, field goal. And Miami actually just scored as well. So Miami, the U, they have some good non-conference games here. Alabama, App State, and Michigan State. They were supposed to go to East Lansing last year, but the game got canceled, of course, because of COVID. So, yeah, we'll see how they do in the ACC, but it's 0-0 Texas and Arkansas. Miami just scored 7-0 over App State. Yeah, Iowa's going to beat Iowa State, which I thought would happen. I know a lot of people were picking Iowa State, but the way, and you go back to Iowa State-Oregon Fiesta Bowl last January 2nd, I mean, Iowa State won that pretty handily. Who would have thought today, circle ahead 8 months, that Oregon, the team that lost to Iowa State, would go to the horse show and beat Ohio State, and then Iowa State at home would lose to Iowa. Even though these Cyhawk games with Iowa and Iowa State are always damn good. And like I said Iowa earlier, they've had the upper hand for quite some time. And they're going to notch another win in the win column against their in-state rival here in a matter of minutes. But, I mean, other than that, there's not really any other games on right now. Everything else is about to kick off here a little bit later on. Alabama, in fact, did win as thought against Mercer as well, 48-14. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, they win by 30 plus there at home in Tuscaloosa. And then, I mean, the big one tonight, it's Washington and Michigan, and then we still got a few games after dark with Stanford, USC, and BYU and Utah. So we'll see how everything shakes out. But now some final stats and scores from Ball State, Penn State. As in a losing effort, I mean, Drew Plitt didn't look that terrible, didn't look that bad. Penn State's defense, especially in the second half, just stepped up and looked a lot better, picking him off twice. He finished 25-39 for $176 and 2 picks. Their rushing attack, I mean, as a team, 26 carries for everyone's favorite number and 69 yards. But, I mean, it was pretty balanced between, 3-4 guys for almost 20 yards total apiece. And then receiving, Jackson, 4 catches for 42 yards. Hall, 6 for 35. 20-30 yards apiece for a few of the other receivers as well. So, I mean, Ball State, like I said, last year, even though it was last year, this is this year, winning the MAC and winning their first ever bowl game program history has to speak for something. And, I mean, Penn State started out fast as thought, or as hoped they would have. And then as thought, to halftime, keep it rolling, and then in the second half, they sort of slowed it down a little bit and got back on track at the end and, still won. Win's a win. 44-13 once more. But, Penn State's first 2 drives, 2 rushing touchdowns, one by Noah Kane and one by Sean Clifford. Clifford also had a passing touchdown to Jahan Dotson as well, along with Taquan Roberson going 1 for 2 for 23 yards, that 23-yard passing touchdown then to Theo Johnson to seal it here late in the fourth quarter. But some Penn State stats now. Sean Clifford was 21 of 29 for 230 and a touchdown. That touchdown, as mentioned, to Jahan Dotson, who had 5 catches for 65 yards receiving and a score. Roberson's passing touchdown was to Theo Johnson. Johnson finished 2 catches for 29 yards and a touchdown, whereas Brenton Strange only had a catch for 10 yards. Penn State needs to get the tight ends more involved in this offense if they, of course, want this offense to really explode, really just absolutely blow up, and the defense continues to play the way they're playing. You'd have a complete team at that point if you can run the ball consistently well and rely on special teams, when needed. Kicking game may be a little bit of an issue. 2 missed field goals in 2 games, to start the year. It's nothing major, and it really wasn't much of a concern today as it was last week, but still, when your only role is to kick a football, no offense to kickers or punters, I'm all for the brand, no doubt about it, but when that's your only role and that's what you're supposed to do, and I get, okay, Jordan Stout's doing it all because I don't know what the hell's up with Jake Pinniger right now. You would think, they'd be able to kick field goals and extra points and boom some punts and pin your opponent deep time after time. So, we'll see how it goes, of course, beginning next week, because another big test next week, non-conference, after starting at Wisconsin, winning by 6, 44-13 today, and then a top 25, potential top 20 Auburn team rolls into Happy Valley. So we'll see if Penn State can roll tide on the Tigers for War Damn Eagle fans. But Noah Cain led the way. Penn State rushing, had 20 carries for, once again, everyone's favorite number, 69 rushing yards and a touchdown. Him, along with Kevon Lee, who only had 8 carries for 68 yards, and 50 of those yards were on the first drive of the second half. And then he fumbled, recovered it, but then they couldn't convert, missed the field goal, and then it sort of went downhill from there until the end of the third quarter. They started stepping up on defense, intercepting Plitt a few times, and then of course scoring again in the fourth quarter. But it's Noah Cain and Kevon Lee as your top 2 running backs. Devin Ford also had a decent game, 6 carries for 32 yards. And then, like I said, Sean Clifford had that 45 yard run on the quarterback draw. He finished 11 carries for 66 yards. So stat-wise, it doesn't really, factor in, because a quarter of that, or 3/4 of that, was on one play. But it all adds up in the end, as long as it equals out, and, you got a W in the win column, that's all that matters. But Clifford also had that rushing touchdown on quarterback sneak early. And then Penn State receiving, Dawson 5 for 65 in the score. Parker Washington 6 catches, 57 yards. Noah Cain, along with Kevon Lee, able to catch the ball in the backfield as well. So when your top 2 running backs can run and catch out of the backfield, and you can do it consistently, plus add in some deep shots and just space it out, get everybody involved, keep it as simple as you possibly can, rely on your defense, make some stops here and there, hold down the fort, and hopefully you can kick field goals when needed. Special teams really hasn't been key yet for Penn State. No kick or punt returns, for a long gain or a touchdown by any means. Maybe next week, maybe in the weeks to come, I don't know. Only time will tell. We'll see those games when we get there, and we'll see how it plays out. But this Penn State team right now in 2021, even after starting 0-5 last year, and now on a 6-game winning streak, 4-5 to close out the year, wins over Michigan, Rutgers, Michigan State, and Illinois during Big Ten Champions Week, and now 2-0 this year at Wisconsin, 16-10, and then their home opener today against Ball State, who won their conference last year out of the MAC, and their first bowl victory in program history last year as well on New Year's Eve against San Jose State, who won the Mountain West, I might add. And Penn State beats them today 44-13. Okay, late they gave up a touchdown, had a few backups in on defense, and almost gave up another one, but then they stood tall and held it down as the clock expired. Like I said, Penn State, along with Iowa, I feel, is going to be the best team out of the West. The way they played last week at home against Indiana, a good Indiana team, but like I said, Indiana, the way they played seems to be, okay, back to the Indiana we know Indiana football to be. And then Iowa at Iowa State today against a good Iowa State team that's led by Matt Campbell. You know, you got to give credit to Kirk Ferentz. He's the longest tenured college football coach currently, and of course wanted him a few times for Penn State, but wouldn't budge to come back home, as of course he's from the Pittsburgh area, but he's got a good thing cooking out in Iowa City with the corn. And yeah, Penn State at Iowa October the 9th, but before then Penn State with a 2-0 start at Wisconsin, and then a win today against Ball State. And then next week it's Auburn, followed by Villanova, Indiana, and then at Iowa before the bye week. So one game at a time. Wasn't a complete game, but Penn State has the potential to be a very, very damn good complete team that, if they get there, and if they can go as they already did to Wisconsin, I don't want to, get a little too far ahead of myself by any means, but when they can go to Wisconsin, if they can beat a good SEC team in Auburn at home next week in the whiteout, also get revenge on Indiana from last year, go to Iowa, go to Ohio State. If Oregon can go into Ohio State and win today by 7, there's no reason why Penn State can't. And then also Michigan comes here, and then you got to go to Michigan State, and then you fill in with Maryland and Rutgers as well, along with Illinois. I mean, there is some serious potential for the blue and white this season in 2021. The way they started last year, the way they've come on since, and the way they've started this year, everything's going not according to plan as of yet by any means, but consistency is key. They have to be consistent in running the football. Hopefully they can get that going even more, because if so, and then everything else plays into way everything's gone, with, okay, slow starts on offense last week, and then better today, but then the second half looked like the first half last week. Got to be more consistent as a team then from start to finish as well, from whistle to whistle, play after play after play. But there's some, honestly, serious potential for Penn State to do some damage in the Big Ten and in the world of college football this year, I feel. Like I said, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself just yet, because it's still early. It's only middle of September, as today is, of course, 9/11, a day we will never forget. So in today's win, Penn State wins it 44-13 over Ball State, but Penn State's got a new opponent now for next week. 1-0 next week as Auburn, out of the SEC West, Alabama's rival, in the sweet home Alabama State. Should be a good one next Saturday night around this time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time on ABC. So hope to see everybody then for more college football live watch along reactions of the blue and white with Penn State football. So hope to see everybody then for Battle of Cats, the Nittany Lions and Tigers. First meeting in almost 20 years. See if they can stop Auburn from putting up 60 and embarrassing them in their own home stadium before Penn State returns its favor on the road next year. No, yeah, that'll do it for myself here today. Penn State picking up a win over Ball State 44-13 once more. See what the future holds, but in my eyes, and I feel like in a lot of Penn Staters' eyes right now, I'm just not saying that for myself. I feel I have some agreement on everything I've said. Let me know in the comments below what you think. As always, everybody has their own opinion. But if they can get through a few of the roadblocks, there's, and I don't want to jinx by any means, because, of course, they go out and lose however many in a row like they did last year, start the year off. We can come back and look at this video, of course, and then blame me. But and I'll take the blame, no doubt about it. I'll stand up, but no, they just got to be more consistent in basically everything, and they're plus in the turnover margin. Really no penalties, nothing stupid at least. I mean, another targeting that Rudolph's gonna have to sit out first half now next week against those Auburn Tigers. But yeah, that's next week. That'll be next Saturday night, live right here on YouTube for live watch along reactions. So hopefully we'll tune in then for those. And as always, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube, whether it's college football, the NFL, or professional wrestling. Always greatly appreciated. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And yeah, once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State victorious, 2-0 on the season, 44-13 winners over Ball State. I wonder if this Penn State win does in fact make David Letterman's top 10 list for the Late Show tonight. But no, all jokes aside, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State 44, Ball State 13. Be sure to tune back in next Saturday night. Auburn, Penn State, live watch along reactions, live right here on the YouTube channel. Be sure to hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. Links in the description below for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, right here on YouTube. Like, follow, and subscribe, and hopefully tune back in tomorrow as well, and on Monday night and Tuesday for more live watch along reactions of the NFL with the Steelers and Bills. Monday Night Football with Ravens, Raiders, along with WWE Monday Night Raw. And on Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, September the 14th, the new version, 2.0 if you will, after last night on Friday Night SmackDown, the new advertisement for WWE NXT. The new NXT debuts this Tuesday, so be sure to tune back in then as well for live watch along reactions. But thanks for tuning in on this day. We will never forget for Penn State's 44-13 win over the Ball State Cardinals. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.